Hello everyone, I am the Creep's Cabin. I know you use this video to fall asleep, so before that, like the video and subscribe to the channel. Also, where are you from? And what time are you watching? Now get comfortable and relax. I grew up in a small town, a place where kids would often wander the streets and explore the woods without much worry. It wasn't like other towns where everyone was confined to their houses or had to constantly check in with their parents. Here, the streets were quiet, the town itself was close-knit, and we felt safe walking anywhere, even deep into the forest that bordered the town. My best friend, Charlie, and I spent most of our free time there, working on a secret hideout we'd been building over the past 2 years. It was a special place for us, hidden away in the trees, and we'd go there almost every day after school. Charlie had this dog, Max, a huge, scruffy mutt that was as loyal as could be. The dog would follow us everywhere, and he was a big part of our adventures. There was something comforting about the way Max would walk behind us, keeping an eye out like he was guarding us, even though he was just a dog. For the most part, the woods felt like a safe escape for us, a place where we could just be ourselves without anyone watching or judging. That day started like any other. We packed a small bag with snacks and drinks, ready for our usual trek to the hideout. Charlie had some new ideas for the fort, and I was eager to help him put them into action. Max ran ahead, his tail wagging, probably excited to get to the forest and run around. We were laughing, joking around as we neared the edge of the woods. The sun was starting to dip behind the horizon, casting long shadows on the ground, and there was a light chill in the air that made us pull our jackets a little tighter. We were just about to cross into the trees when we saw him. At first, I thought he was just some random guy passing through, maybe someone who was lost or out for a walk. He didn't seem dangerous or threatening, just a man walking along with a large stick in his hand. His clothes were filthy, caked in dirt and grime, and his hair was unkempt, like he hadn't bothered to shower or change in days. The smell hit me before I even realized what was going on, a sour, rank stench that made my stomach churn. But it wasn't until he squatted down, pulling his pants down with a groan, that I realized something was wrong. I froze, feeling a sudden wave of unease wash over me. He wasn't just taking a walk. He was doing something much worse. He was relieving himself right there on the ground, right in front of us, like he didn't even care that we were standing a few feet away. I could hear the sound of his business hitting the dirt, the squelching noise that made my stomach turn. Charlie, Max, and I stood there in complete shock, unable to move or say anything. I didn't even know how to process what I was seeing. Then the man stopped, as if he sensed we were watching. He turned around slowly, and his eyes met mine. There was a flash of recognition, like he hadn't noticed us before, but now knew exactly where we were. His expression shifted from casual to angry in an instant, his face contorting into a sneer. "What the fuck are you looking at?" he barked at us, his voice hoarse, almost like he hadn't spoken in days. The shock of the moment wore off, and panic set in. Without thinking, I turned and bolted into the trees, running as fast as my legs would carry me. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I could hear the sound of the man's footsteps behind me, growing louder with every second. I didn't dare look back, only pushing myself harder, weaving between the trees, my mind racing with fear. I had to make it to the hideout. It was the only place I knew I'd be safe. I didn't stop running until I reached the clearing where our hideout was. My legs burned, my breath coming in ragged gasps, but I forced myself to slow down, trying to steady my breathing. My hands were shaking uncontrollably as I crouched down behind the pile of old logs that made up the entrance to our fort. I could hear the sounds of the forest around me, the rustling of leaves and the distant calls of birds, but it all felt far away. My mind kept replaying the man's eyes, the anger on his face, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something terrible was going to happen. I sat there for a few minutes, trying to calm myself down. But as I began to regain some composure, a new realization hit me. Charlie wasn't here. I hadn't seen him since I turned to run, and I suddenly wondered if he had taken a different route. I tried to listen for any sound that might tell me where he was, but there was nothing, just the rustling of the wind in the trees. I couldn't wait any longer. I stood up slowly, brushing the dirt off my pants, and made my way back toward the direction where I'd last seen Charlie. I moved quietly, my footsteps barely making a sound on the forest floor. Max's barking echoed in my mind, and I felt a sudden pang of worry for the dog. If that guy had chased us, then maybe he had gotten to Charlie and Max. When I got close to the spot where Charlie and I had parted ways, I stopped. My stomach twisted into knots as I saw him. He was crouched down by a large rock, his hands covered in blood. It wasn't just a little bit of blood. His hands were completely soaked, dripping with it. My heart skipped a beat, and I ran over to him, panic surging through me. "Charlie, what happened? Are you okay?" I shouted, kneeling beside him, my voice trembling with fear. I didn't care about the blood. I just needed to know he was all right. Charlie didn't answer right away. His eyes were wide, his face pale, and he was shaking. It took a moment for him to process the words, and then he spoke, his voice barely a whisper. It's Max. The guy, he." Charlie trailed off, unable to finish the sentence. He looked over at the spot where he had been standing, and my eyes followed. There, lying on the ground, was Max. The dog was unrecognizable, a mangled mess of fur and blood. It looked like the man had gone into a frenzy, hitting Max with the stick over and over until the dog stopped moving. I could tell by the way the body was positioned that Max had fought back, but it had been no use. His fur was matted with blood, and the ground around him was soaked. It wasn't just a dog's death. It was something much more brutal, like the man had taken his time, making sure that Max couldn't get away. I felt sick to my stomach. I could barely breathe as I walked over to the dog, my mind struggling to comprehend what I was seeing. I could hear Charlie sobbing behind me, but I couldn't look at him. I couldn't stop staring at the dog's broken body, the mess that had once been our companion. Charlie finally stood up, wiping his face with his sleeve, and turned toward me. "We need to go. We need to get out of here." I didn't argue. I didn't know what else to say. We both knew what had happened was bad, but the worst part was that the man was still out there. Still somewhere in the woods, still angry, still dangerous. We needed to get back to town, to get help. I wasn't sure what we would say to Charlie's mom or the police, but I knew we couldn't just leave it like this. When we made it back to Charlie's house, his mom was already waiting for us. She looked up when we walked in, and her expression changed from confusion to concern the moment she saw Charlie's bloodied hands. "What happened?" she asked, her voice shaky. Charlie froze. I could see the way he was struggling to speak, the words stuck in his throat. He couldn't bring himself to say it, and I didn't blame him. I was the one who had to explain everything, to tell her what had happened in the woods, what we had seen, and what that man had done. Her face paled as I spoke, and when I finished, she grabbed the phone and dialed the police. The police arrived soon after, but they never found the man. They searched the woods, interviewed witnesses, and checked the town, but it was like he had vanished. No one knew who he was or where he had gone. They assumed he was just a drifter, some random crazy person passing through, but that didn't make it any less terrifying. The police told us to be careful, but it was obvious they didn't take it as seriously as they should have. They never found any leads. The man was gone, and we were left with the aftermath. It took Charlie years before he could talk about what had happened that day. The trauma of witnessing Max's death, of seeing the man's violence up close, was something that haunted him for a long time. I could see it in his eyes every time we talked about it. The guilt, the fear, the confusion. He had lost his dog in the most horrific way possible, and there was nothing he could do about it. As for me, I never went back to those woods. I couldn't. The memory of that man, of what he did, stayed with me, and I knew I'd never be able to shake it. It wasn't just a strange encounter. It was a reminder that danger could be lurking anywhere, even in the places where we felt safest. The sun was starting to dip low when we finally reached the shelter. We had been hiking for most of the day, our legs sore from the steep climbs and long miles on the Appalachian Trail. The air had been thick with humidity, the kind that clings to your skin like a second layer, making every step feel heavier than the last. But now, as we neared the shelter, the sky had started to change. Dark clouds rolled in, billowing over the mountains in a way that felt too fast, too ominous. The smell of rain hung in the air, and the breeze began to pick up, a sharp reminder that the weather on the Eck could change in an instant. We picked up our pace, eager to get to shelter before the storm hit. We were 3 miles deep into a state forest, surrounded by trees so thick that even in the daylight, it felt like we were swallowed by the woods. No towns for miles, no roads, just us, the trail, and whatever else might be out here. By the time we reached the shelter, the first drops of rain began to fall, lightly at first, then quickly picking up speed. The shelter was a small structure, just a roof with 3 walls and a couple of bunks built into the wooden frame. It wasn't much, but it was enough to keep us out of the rain. We dropped our packs inside, and the storm hit in full force. The kind of summer rain that comes down in sheets, pounding against the ground like it was trying to wash everything away. We were lucky to have made it just in time. The rain was heavy, but it was short-lived. It poured for about 30 minutes. Then just as quickly, the clouds broke, revealing clear skies and the fading light of the setting sun. The air felt fresh, the moisture soaking into the earth, leaving the smell of wet leaves and pine. We were all eager to build a fire and cook up some dinner. We had some freeze-dried meals with us, but we also had snacks, granola bars, trail mix, jerky. It wasn't much, but it was enough to tide us over until we could cook something more substantial. As we were gathering wood for the fire, I heard footsteps coming down the trail. I turned to the others, raising an eyebrow. "Someone else caught in the rain?" I asked, squinting toward the trail. The storm had passed, but the air was still thick with moisture, and it wasn't surprising that someone might be making their way down the trail after the downpour. Sure enough, just as I thought, a small dog appeared first, trotting down the trail toward us. A corgi. It came running straight at us, tail wagging like it had just found the best place on earth. It was dry, its fur hardly damp from the rain. Its paws were barely wet, which didn't make any sense. The rain had been heavy, and there was no way a dog could have avoided getting soaked unless it had been sheltered from the storm. We all looked at each other, confused. But the dog was harmless enough. It started begging for food as soon as it reached us, sniffing around for any scraps we might have dropped. We started tossing it bits of trail mix and jerky, trying to figure out where it had come from. But that was when the man appeared. He was a middle-aged guy, moving slowly down the trail. He wore blue jeans, a white t-shirt, and cowboy boots. No pack, no gear, just walking down the trail like it was the most normal thing in the world. And the strangest part, he was dry, not a speck of rain on him. His clothes, his boots, everything was bone dry, even though we'd just been caught in the downpour. It didn't make sense. There was no way someone could walk through that storm without getting soaked, not even in the shelter of the trees. "Hey," he said, his voice sounding distant, like he wasn't really sure what to say. He seemed a little awkward, like he wasn't used to talking to strangers. He didn't make much conversation, just a quick hello before he started walking around the shelter, looking at the trees, the ground, the sky. It was like he was enjoying the view, but he didn't seem to care about the people who were there either. He didn't engage with us, not really. We just kind of watched him, trying to figure out what the hell was going on. The whole situation felt off. None of us said anything, but we were all thinking the same thing. This guy didn't belong here. He was out of place. Too calm. Too dry. The dog wasn't much better. It just sat there, staring at the man like it didn't have a care in the world. And then the guy did something else that made us all uneasy. He started calling for the dog. "Toby! Toby, come on, boy!" he shouted, his voice carrying through the trees. The dog didn't respond, not at all. It just sat there, looking up at him like it didn't hear a thing. We were all staring at the dog now, and that's when I noticed something strange. The dog was wearing a collar. A bright, Barbie pink collar. The kind of collar you'd expect to see on a little girl's dog. But there was no dog tag. Just the collar and a small metal ring hanging from it. No tags. No name. Nothing that told us where the dog had come from. The guy called for the dog a couple more times, but it didn't move. No reaction. Not even a wag of the tail. And then, just like that, the man turned and started walking back the way he came, calling the dog to follow him. The dog didn't even lift its head. "Toby, come on," the man repeated, his voice getting softer as he walked away. The dog stayed behind for a moment, just sitting there in the middle of the clearing. It didn't even look at us. It just sat there for a few minutes, and then, without warning, it stood up and walked away. It didn't follow the man. It didn't turn back to look. It just walked off into the woods in the opposite direction. We stood there, dumbfounded. The man disappeared down the trail, and we all exchanged glances. This was weird. There was no way around it. It didn't add up. None of it. We'd been hiking all day and hadn't seen a single person on the trail. No hikers. No tents. No shelters. Just the 4 of us, and now this guy out of nowhere. And the dog. The more we thought about it, the stranger it got. We tried calling the dog. "Toby! Hey, Toby!" But it didn't respond. Not even a glance in our direction. We all looked at each other, our minds racing. Something wasn't right. We couldn't explain it, but we all had the same feeling. The guy hadn't seemed like he was just passing through. He hadn't seemed like someone who was lost. He hadn't seemed like someone who belonged on the trail at all. And the dog. It had a girl's collar, no tags, and it didn't respond to the name Toby. Not once. It was like the dog didn't even know the man, and yet it stayed with him. It was all wrong. We tried to shake it off, but none of us could. That night, after we'd set up our camp and tried to settle down, we couldn't stop thinking about it. We tried to convince ourselves that it was just a coincidence, that maybe we were overthinking it. But deep down, we all knew something wasn't right. We decided to take precautions. We set up noise traps with tin cans, strung together with paracord, around the shelter. We used the picnic table to block the front entrance, hoping to create some kind of barrier between us and whatever might be out there. We didn't sleep that night. Not really. We'd take turns watching out the front of the shelter, jumping at every noise, every little movement in the trees. We'd whisper to each other, making sure we were all still there. Every creak of wood, every shift in the wind, made us tense. Every time someone moved, we all jumped, hearts racing. At one point, Kurt had to get up to check outside. He didn't even make it back to his bunk before Andy, in a panic, almost stabbed him with his knife. He wasn't expecting anyone to be up. He hadn't realized it was Kurt. We laughed nervously, but it didn't help ease the tension. Every noise, every shift of the air, made us more on edge. Even when Morgan had to pee and accidentally hit the string that triggered the cans, we all froze, thinking it was the man coming back. We were ready to jump into action, knives in hand, but thankfully Morgan yelled out, "It's me. It's just me." The rest of the night was a blur of tension and unease. We stayed awake, each of us thinking about the man and his dog, wondering if they were still out there, wondering if we were safe. When the sun finally rose, we cautiously took down the traps, silently agreeing that we weren't staying another night in that shelter. We left a note in the shelter's sign-in book, something about the man and the dog, though we didn't know exactly what to write. We just hoped someone else might read it and know that something strange had happened. We didn't follow the trail the next day. We diverted our path, heading towards a campground a few miles off the trail. We set up camp there, a quarter-mile from the trail, trying to keep as low a profile as possible. The next morning, we reached the campground's payphone and called for extraction. We were done. None of us have forgotten that night. Toby and the man. The dog that wasn't his. The man who shouldn't have been there. To this day, whenever we talk about it, we still can't explain what happened. But one thing is for sure, we never looked at the trail the same way again. I remember that day like it was yesterday, even though it happened years ago. I was about 10 or 11, and I had just finished school for the day. It was a warm spring evening, and I was in the middle of my church's softball league. It was one of those games where everyone from the church would show up, families sitting in the bleachers, kids running around, and a few folks like my parents, who were always there to support. I loved those games, not just because I enjoyed the sport, but because it was one of those rare moments when the whole community would come together. I had a game that afternoon, and I wasn't up at bat yet. In fact, I was still a few people away from my turn, which meant I had some time to practice my swings. The sun was high, and the air smelled like grass and freshly cut dirt, just the way a baseball field should. I was on the edge of the field, taking some practice swings down the third baseline, trying to get my timing right. The game was moving along, and I felt good. I was doing my usual thing, just getting into the zone, my thoughts completely absorbed in the rhythm of swinging the bat. That's when he approached. I didn't think much of it at the time. He wasn't dressed in anything out of the ordinary. Just an older man, maybe in his late 30s or early 40s, wearing a baseball cap and a worn t-shirt with some faded logo on it. His jeans were a little too baggy, and his sneakers looked like they'd seen better days. He didn't seem to stand out in any way. To me, he was just another person at the game. He walked up casually, not in a hurry, but like he was just looking for someone to talk to. He greeted me with a smile that, looking back, didn't seem entirely genuine, but at the time, I didn't think anything of it. He started with small talk, asking about the game, about which league we were in, things like that. It was so ordinary, so normal, I didn't even stop to wonder why he was talking to me in the first place. I was a kid, surrounded by other kids and adults I knew. Nothing about the situation screamed danger. Then he told me he had a problem. He said he'd locked his keys in his truck and his dog was inside. He went on about how it was a really hot day and he was worried about the dog getting overheated. His story sounded reasonable enough. After all, I'd seen people locked out of their cars before, and I had heard plenty of times about people being concerned about pets in cars on warm days. It wasn't out of the ordinary. He said his truck had a small window in the back of the cab, and it was too small for him to fit through, but it would be no problem for a kid. Maybe, just maybe, I could help him out. He was asking me to crawl through the window, unlock the truck, and free the dog. At first, I didn't really think about it too much. I was just a kid, and adults ask kids to do things sometimes, right? Besides, I was used to adults talking to me like I was capable. My parents had always treated me like I could handle things, so it didn't feel all that odd when this man asked for my help. And I thought I was just helping out. He seemed nice enough, right? I think back now, and I shudder. There are so many things that should have set off alarms, things I just didn't see at the time. He wasn't with anyone else. He didn't seem to have a phone or anything like that. And I never once thought, why me? Why would he ask a kid to help him when there were plenty of adults around? But I didn't ask myself those questions. I didn't even consider them. The most chilling part of this whole thing is how close I came to saying yes. I was just so naive, so caught up in the moment, I didn't see the danger in it. I even remember the way he smiled at me, like he was just making a casual request. His tone was so nonchalant that I didn't realize the weight of what he was asking until much later. It's strange how time works, how we can look back and realize the moments that could have changed everything. I think the only reason I didn't go with him, the only reason I didn't agree to crawl through that window and help him out, was because of the game. You see, I was almost up to bat. The person ahead of me had just hit the ball, and I was about 2 batters away. It was one of those moments when I was distracted enough by the game, focused enough on what was about to happen next, that I told him I needed to go. I wasn't trying to make an excuse, but I just said, I'm almost up to bat, but I'm sure you'll find someone else to help. He didn't push it. He just nodded, a little too calmly, and walked off in the direction of the parking lot. I didn't think much of it at the time. I thought, well, that was strange, but that was about it. After all, I had a game to focus on. The rest of the day went by like normal. I hit a double, we won the game, and I didn't give much thought to the man or his request again. But later, as I was talking to my parents, I mentioned it in passing, like it was no big deal. I had a tendency to ramble after games, so I was just telling them about the day, and I brought up the guy who had asked for help. At first, they seemed mildly interested, asking what he looked like and what he'd said. But then something shifted. Their faces turned serious, and they began asking more questions. They wanted to know every little detail. What was he wearing? How tall was he? What direction did he come from? Did he have a car? What did he look like? My dad didn't say much, but I could tell something was off. There was a tension in the air I couldn't quite place. My mom got very quiet, and I could see the concern in her eyes. She asked if he seemed to be in a hurry, or if he acted weird. I remember thinking, no, he was just asking for help. He wasn't weird. But my parents weren't satisfied with my answer. Soon after, my dad picked up his phone and made a call. I didn't think much of it, though I now know it was probably a call to the police. They didn't want to scare me, but I could tell they were both trying to piece together everything I had said. The way they exchanged looks, the urgency in their voices. It was then that I started to understand that something about that man, about the situation, was not right. The next few days went by, and I didn't think much about it, until one night when my dad sat me down. He told me that there had been some news in town. A man had been arrested for attempted kidnapping in the same area, and the description matched the guy I had talked to. He said he wasn't sure if it was the same person, but it was a definite possibility. I remember feeling a chill run through me. I was old enough to understand then what had almost happened. I had been a kid, trusting and naive, talking to someone who was nothing like what he appeared. If I had said yes, if I had gone with him, things could have gone very differently. I don't like to think about it, but I often do. Years later, when I was in my 20s, that memory came up again. It wasn't something I'd thought about in a long time, but the realization of how close I had come to being in a terrible situation hit me like a ton of bricks. I thought about how, if it weren't for that baseball game, if I hadn't been distracted by that, I might not be here today. I thought about how easily that moment could have slipped away from me, how easily I could have walked right into a trap. The thing that haunts me the most isn't just how close I came to danger. It's the fact that, at that moment, I didn't realize how much danger I was actually in. If it wasn't for the distractions of the game, I would have been alone with that man. And I don't even want to think about what might have happened then. The man was arrested later for the same kinds of things I had heard about on the news. It turns out that my parents had kept an eye on him after I gave them the description. And that's when they found out that he had been doing this kind of thing in the area for a while. He had been targeting kids, and my parents had caught it just in time. I don't know what would have happened if I had gone with him, but I know that it would have been bad. I still think about that day from time to time. I can't help it. Sometimes, I wonder how many other kids were approached by him, how many others might have been in the same position I was in. And every time, I'm just thankful that I had that one small distraction, a baseball game, keeping me safe. It was a warm afternoon in early autumn, and the sun was still high in the sky when I set out from the schoolyard. I was 7 years old, just a kid really, but I had done this walk to my babysitter's house dozens of times. It wasn't far, just a block. Nothing out of the ordinary. I knew the route like the back of my hand. The houses were familiar, the trees lined the streets like old friends, and the occasional dog barked in the distance. I had done this walk alone since I could remember, and I always liked the independence of it. I remember the air was crisp that day, the kind of crisp where you know the seasons are shifting, but the warmth of summer hasn't quite let go. The sky was a soft blue, and a gentle breeze tugged at the hem of my jacket. I carried my backpack on one shoulder, holding it tight with my small fingers as I walked. The road was mostly quiet, except for the occasional car that passed by, their tires crunching on the pavement, the sound of engines humming. I had no reason to think anything strange would happen, but then it did. The car came out of nowhere. It wasn't like it was speeding or anything. It just pulled up beside me, and the driver rolled down the window. I didn't think much of it at first, maybe just some friendly neighbor or someone asking for directions. But then he started shouting, "Come here, come here." His voice was loud, urgent, like he was trying to get my attention. He was pointing at me, gesturing wildly, his hand waving at me to come closer. His words weren't friendly at all. It wasn't a request. It was a command. Something about it made me freeze in my tracks. I was frozen, not sure what to do. My heart raced in my chest, and I remember my breath getting tight in my throat. I clung to the straps of my backpack with both hands, my knuckles going white. I shook my head slowly back and forth. No, I thought. No, I'm not going over there. I don't remember exactly what went through my head in that moment, but I do remember the way my heart seemed to pound louder than anything else. I remember the heat rising to my face, but it wasn't the warmth of the sun. It was the kind of heat you get when you're scared, the kind that comes from anxiety and uncertainty. I could feel my feet rooted to the sidewalk, unable to move, like I was stuck in place. "Come here," he shouted again. His voice was more forceful this time, almost like he was angry. "Come here." I just shook my head faster, harder. No, no, no. I thought, but I couldn't speak. My mouth was dry, my body rigid. I wanted to scream, but the words wouldn't come. Then, as if realizing that I wasn't going to come closer, the man's voice dropped to a low, almost ominous tone. "Stay away from Christina." He said it so plainly, like it was the most normal thing in the world. But there was something strange about it. How did he know Christina? Why did he want me to stay away from her? I had no idea who this man was, but the mention of her name made me feel even more uneasy. I didn't know what it meant. Before I could even process what had just happened, the car started moving again. It didn't speed off or anything, but it rolled away slowly, almost like he was watching me the whole time. I stood there, still frozen, as the car drove off down the street, disappearing around the corner. My legs finally found their strength again, and I forced myself to move, but I didn't run. I didn't even look back. I just kept walking to my babysitter's house, the whole time wondering what the hell had just happened. I never told anyone about it, not my mom, not my babysitter, not anyone. At 7 years old, I was already used to keeping things to myself. I didn't know what to say or how to explain it, but I never forgot. That strange encounter with the man and his cryptic words stuck with me, haunting me quietly in the back of my mind. Time passed, and life moved on. I forgot about the whole thing for a while. That was until 5th grade, when things took a darker turn. Christina was one of those people who, as a kid, you were constantly on again, off again with. One moment, we were best friends, sharing lunch and secrets. The next, we were barely speaking, caught in some petty argument or misunderstanding. I had known Christina since kindergarten, but she wasn't always easy to get along with. Sometimes she was sweet and fun, and other times she was mean, just like the other girl in our grade, who alternated between being my best friend and making my life miserable. One day during lunch in 5th grade, the other girl, let's call her Sarah, invited me to go with her to the pop machine in the back hall of the school. It wasn't anything special, just a chance to grab a soda. But I agreed, happy to hang out with her and get a break from the usual school routine. When we returned to class, I saw Christina waiting for me at my desk. "Your lunch was messed with," she said with a smile that didn't quite reach her eyes. "But don't worry, I brought it back for you." I didn't think much of it at the time, just the typical lunchtime drama. I sat down at my desk and opened my lunchbox, grabbing the can of pop I had brought. I took a sip and instantly felt something was wrong. It tasted off, chemically, like something wasn't right. I spat it out immediately, the taste lingering bitterly in my mouth, and I rushed to the water fountain to rinse it out. It didn't take long before I felt nauseous. The sour taste wouldn't leave, and my stomach twisted uncomfortably. I didn't know what had happened until much later, when the truth came out. Christina and her sister had taken my soda and added Lysol to it. If I had drunk more than a sip, I probably would have gotten seriously sick. The thought of what could have happened to me sent chills down my spine. The school called my parents, and soon the police were involved. Christina and her sister were questioned, and a restraining order was put on them. But it didn't do much. The school was small, and there was no way to separate Christina and her sister from the rest of the students, so they just got a few days of suspension. That was it. No real consequences for what they had done, just a couple of days off. The whole situation left me feeling uneasy. How could someone do something like that? I didn't fully understand the gravity of it all, but I knew enough to be scared. Christina's actions felt like they had crossed a line I couldn't ignore. But there was one thing that kept nagging at me: the man in the car. I never connected the two events at the time, but the more I thought about it, the more the pieces seemed to fit together. How did the man know about Christina? How did he know to warn me to stay away from her? Was it just a coincidence? Or was there something more to it? I don't know if I'll ever have answers to those questions. All I know is that the feeling of unease never left me. It stayed with me throughout my school years, lingering just beneath the surface of my everyday life. It was a quiet reminder that some things, some people, just aren't what they seem. And I don't think I'll ever forget the way he said it. Stay away from Christina. That warning stuck with me, like a shadow, and I've carried it with me ever since. I've thought about this a lot. I've written it down a couple of times, but I could never really bring myself to share it. I've told a few people, but I always feel like I fail to convey the true depth of what happened, especially the feeling of something watching me, something with intent, something with a sort of malice behind it. That's hard to put into words, especially for someone like me who's prone to using flowery language. So, I'll try to keep this one short as I can, though this story has haunted me in ways I can't really explain. This happened over 10 years ago now. I was living in a small ground floor apartment, not in a big building, but in one of those complexes where all the doors opened to the outside. It wasn't fancy, but it was decent, and it was a quiet neighborhood. It wasn't the sort of place where you'd expect anything weird to happen. Most nights, the only sounds I'd hear were cars passing by or the occasional dog barking off in the distance. Not much to worry about at 2 a.m., but this night was different. I wasn't a great sleeper back then. It didn't matter how tired I was. I always had trouble falling asleep. I usually got into bed by around midnight or so, but it'd take me another hour or two to finally drift off. So, I was asleep by about 2 a.m. when I was jolted awake by a loud crash from the next room, the kitchen. I remember the sound in perfect clarity. It was sharp, loud, like something had been knocked off a counter, maybe a plate or a cup. But it wasn't like something that had simply fallen. No, this sound had a violence to it, like something heavy being thrown or slammed onto the floor. My heart skipped a beat as the noise sliced through the silence of the apartment. I laid there for a moment, trying to make sense of what had happened, but the first thing that came to my mind was that it was the cats. Maybe they had knocked something over. I had 2 cats at the time. They were both adults, well-adjusted and calm. They'd been with me for years, moved with me across states, survived long drives and noisy apartments. They weren't the type to get spooked easily. I tried to sit up, irritated that my peaceful sleep had been interrupted. But as I tried to pull back the blanket, I felt them, both of them, huddled against my hip. I froze. They weren't moving. They weren't squirming like they usually did when they wanted to get up or find a different spot. They were pressed against me, their fur cold, their bodies rigid. I reached down, and that's when I saw their eyes. Huge, dilated, wide as saucers, their ears flattened so far back that they almost disappeared into their fur. They were puffed up like they'd been electrocuted, but it wasn't just that. It was their eyes. The fear in their eyes hit me harder than the crash had. Now, I've lived through a lot of strange situations, and I've never seen my cats act like that before. They'd lived with loud noises, lived with people coming and going, lived with dogs in chaotic situations. They'd been through all of it and never reacted this way. But now, they were completely terrified. I remember feeling a tightness in my chest, a sense of unease creeping through me. But even then, I still thought it was just something silly, something that could be explained. Maybe a dish fell off the counter. Maybe they just got spooked by a noise outside. Maybe it was nothing, but something in me started to shift. The anger I had at being woken from my sleep started to fade, replaced by a creeping sense of caution. I knew I should stay in bed, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, and I couldn't ignore the fear on my cats' faces. I swung my legs out of bed and stood up, my bare feet hitting the cold floor. The apartment was quiet again. The silence was almost deafening. The kind of silence where you feel like everything is holding its breath, waiting for you to move. I moved down the hall to the kitchen, almost instinctively flicking on the light as I passed. The moment the light clicked on, I immediately saw it, the dish drainer. It had been shoved across the kitchen, clear from where it had been placed on the counter. The thing was, it wasn't just casually knocked over. It was as if someone or something had thrown it with force. The bowl that had been on top of it was shattered on the floor, pieces scattered near the stove. The dish towel that had been half hanging off the edge of the sink was now lying directly in the center of the floor. I froze for a second, staring at the mess, trying to make sense of it. It wasn't just the mess, though. It was the way it had happened. The dish drainer had been launched across the kitchen. There was no way this could have been the result of my cats. Not in a million years. They were in my bed, huddled against me in fear. They couldn't have done this. I bent down, slowly picking up the dish rack. The mess was worse than it seemed at first. The bowl had broken on impact, its jagged edges sitting next to the stove. The plastic food container was on the other side of the room, like it had been thrown there too. I could still hear the crash in my head, but I didn't know what to make of it. I didn't know what to think. I gathered the broken pieces of ceramic and the plastic parts, tossing them into the dish rack. I didn't feel angry anymore. I wasn't irritated. I felt like I was floating in this strange state, just going through the motions, because that was what you do when something happens and you don't have an explanation for it. I didn't feel scared at that moment. I just felt disoriented and tired. I finished cleaning the mess up, turned off the kitchen light, and walked back to my bedroom. The cats had settled down, but they were still on edge, their eyes flicking back and forth toward the kitchen. I climbed back into bed, trying to put it all behind me. I remember feeling the weight of the blankets on my body, the chill of the air creeping in from the window. But my mind kept returning to the kitchen, the mess, the way the dish drainer had been flung across the room. It wasn't something that could just be written off as a simple accident. The more I thought about it, the more I realized how deeply unsettling it had been. I eventually fell back into a fitful sleep, but I woke up the next morning hoping I'd just dreamed it all. When I walked into the kitchen, though, the mess was exactly as I had left it. The dish rack was still on the counter, the broken bowl still lying near the stove, the food container resting where it had fallen. The weird thing, I couldn't make sense of it. I've spent so many years trying to reason it out, trying to come up with some logical explanation, but I never have. I was raised in a secular, blue-collar family, where skepticism was the norm, and anything supernatural was dismissed outright. So I never really thought ghosts or anything like that was behind it. But even now, I can't shake the feeling that something had been there that night, something that caused my cats to panic, something that threw that dish rack across the kitchen. I didn't tell many people about this at first, mostly because it felt silly to even try to explain. But every time I think back to that moment, the crash, the way my cats looked, the mess, it feels like a dark weight. It's still with me, all these years later, and I don't think I'll ever forget it. It's not something that fits neatly into any explanation. It just happened, and there's no neat way to tie it all up. Some things don't have an easy answer. Some things don't have a name. But I'll never forget how I felt that night. How something unseen seemed to be watching. How that moment felt full of malice, like something had just been waiting for the right time to make its presence known. I'm sitting in my room, as usual, working late into the night. The soft hum of my computer is the only sound in the otherwise silent house. It's a typical night for me, nothing out of the ordinary. The kind of night where I can feel the pressure of the hours tick by, where the need to finish one more thing stretches the minutes into what feels like endless loops of time. I'm working on a project that needs to be done by morning, so I've been glued to the screen for the past few hours. But as the minutes creep closer to the early hours of the morning, my bladder gives a sudden, sharp reminder that I need to take a break and go pee. It's not an emergency, but it's enough of a nudge to make me get up and step away from my computer. I stand up and stretch for a moment. My body aches from sitting for too long, and I let out a small sigh as I roll my shoulders. The house is dead quiet, just the way it always is when I stay here. It's familiar, comforting even. It's not my house, but it's my family's house, and I've spent weeks here every year for as long as I can remember. I know this house like the back of my hand. I could probably navigate it blindfolded by now. It's funny, really, how familiar a place can become over time. The way you can feel its layout in your bones, like a part of your body. I know exactly what to do to avoid waking anyone up. I've stayed here enough times to know the exact pattern of how to move through the house without making a sound. It's late, and I don't want to disturb anyone, especially not my family. I'm a guest here, and even though they're all in bed, I still don't want to be the one making noise at this hour. The hallway between my room and the bathroom isn't long, but it's a bit of a maze. There's a sort of left-handed U-turn that I have to navigate every time. I don't mind it. It's just how the house is laid out. It's simple, really. I've done this same trip 100 times. I head out the door, quietly pull it shut behind me, and step into the hallway. The first turn is a left, and then a few steps down the hall. Another left turn, and I'm facing the bathroom door. Everything is so automatic. No thinking involved. I can probably do it with my eyes closed, though of course I won't. The bathroom light flickers as I flip the switch, but it doesn't matter. I'm used to it. I do my business quickly, as I always do, trying not to make too much noise. The last thing I want is to wake someone up at this hour. The house is still quiet. Too quiet, almost. I turn off the light and step out into the hallway, back the way I came. Now, this is where it gets tricky. I've never had a problem before, but tonight something feels different. I don't know what it is. It's just a feeling, something I can't quite put my finger on. The air feels heavier somehow, thicker. But I push it aside. It's just the hour, the stillness of the house. I've been working too hard. I'm just tired. That's all. I don't turn on the hallway light. That would defeat the purpose of trying to be quiet. Instead, I feel my way down the hall. One step, two steps, I take the first right turn, and I know exactly where I am. I'm almost back to my room now. A few more steps, then another right turn, and then I'll be at my door. That's when I see it. I stop. For a split second, I'm convinced I saw something move. A shadow, a flicker in the corner of my vision, but it was gone before I could focus on it. Maybe it was just a trick of the light. I listen intently, holding my breath. Everything is quiet, the kind of quiet that almost feels suffocating. I try to convince myself it's nothing. I take another few steps. Then I see it again. A shadow. It's not moving quickly, but it's definitely there, and it's not the same as the first time. This time, it's closer. I know it is. The shadow, almost indistinguishable from the darkness around me, seems to shift, moving toward me. My heart races. Panic starts to creep in. My body stiffens, but I force myself to stay still, trying to see it better, trying to understand what I'm looking at. There's no sound. I don't hear footsteps, no rustling. But I can feel the shadow getting closer, inch by inch, as though it's deliberately coming towards me. There's nothing else to explain it. It's not a trick of the light. It's real. I freeze, my heart pounding in my chest. My mind races through every possible explanation. A person, a shadow of something else. Is it just my tired brain playing tricks on me? Maybe a coat on a hook moved. Maybe it's nothing at all. But it doesn't feel like nothing. I take another step. I'm almost at my door now, close enough to grab the handle. I don't want to touch the handle yet, though. I don't want to open the door with whatever that thing is standing right outside. The shadow, whatever it is, seems to lunge towards me. I flinch, but I can't move. My legs feel like they've turned to stone. The shadow is getting bigger, closer, and every step I take seems to bring it right up to me. I feel a strange coldness in the air around me, as if the space has shifted. I take one more step, closing the distance. I feel the coolness of the door handle against my palm, but the shadow is now inches away from my face, right in front of me. I want to scream, but the panic is making it impossible to move, to do anything except stand there, paralyzed. I try to focus, but all I see is a blur of dark shadow, moving closer, closer. I'm frozen, my breath shallow, my mind running in circles. What do I do? What the hell is this? What is happening? I should scream, but I can't. I should run, but I can't. And then, before I can even process it, my nose bumps into something cold, something solid. It's the mirror. I'm standing right next to the mirror that hangs on the wall, perpendicular to my door. I didn't make the second right turn after all. In my panic, I had veered off course. I never made it to the door. I had turned the wrong way entirely and walked into the mirror instead. The mirror. The one I've passed 100 times, but never paid attention to in the dark, because it's just a mirror. It's not part of the path I'm used to taking. But tonight, I was disoriented. I couldn't see clearly in the dark. I didn't realize what I was doing until it was too late. I feel a rush of relief flood through me, mixed with an uncomfortable sense of embarrassment. My pulse is still racing, and my body still feels locked in fight or flight mode. But it was just the mirror. Just the stupid mirror. The thing I've passed 100 times without even thinking about it. The shadow was nothing. Just my mind playing tricks in the dark. I take a few deep breaths, forcing myself to calm down. I turn back, make the right turn this time, and walk back to my door. I pull it open, step inside, and close it behind me. My heart is still pounding, but now I can't help but laugh at myself, just a little. I make it back to my bed, pull the covers over me, and close my eyes. But even as I try to sleep, I can't shake the feeling that something's off. My mind keeps replaying the moment when I thought the shadow was coming for me. The moment when everything inside me screamed to run, to escape. But for now, I try to push the thought out of my mind. Tomorrow, I'll tell myself it was just a trick of the dark, nothing more. Just a stupid mistake. But deep down, part of me knows that no matter how hard I try, I won't forget how real it felt. How close it came. I was 4 years old when my life changed in a way I could never fully understand at the time. My father, stepmother, and baby brother were killed in a horrific highway accident, and I, by some twist of fate, was left behind. To this day, I can only piece together fragments of that day. Things I've heard from others and details I've tried to uncover through my own search for answers. But the memories that linger most are the ones I can't explain, the ones that don't make sense, even to me. We were living in Texas at the time, a small town in the West Texas region, just a few hours from Lubbock. My parents had split a while ago, and while my father and I weren't exactly close, I still spent time with him and his new family, at least when things weren't too complicated. But by the time of the crash, I had been away from him for a while, and I hadn't been around him or my stepmother enough to have a vivid memory of either of them. It's a strange thing, memory. It doesn't always work the way you expect it to. Most of what I know about that day comes from what others have told me or from things I've read. I've pieced together the story over the years, but there's a part of me that still doesn't feel like I fully understand it. The accident happened on Highway 84, a long stretch of road that runs between Lubbock and Abilene. It's the kind of highway you drive along for hours without seeing much of anything but flat fields, the occasional farmhouse, and the endless stretch of the road ahead. There was nothing particularly remarkable about that part of the highway. At least, not until that night. My father, stepmother, and baby brother were driving from Albuquerque, New Mexico, to Houston to pick me up. They were going to take me for a few months, give me a break from the daily grind of life in a broken family. I don't remember them leaving Albuquerque or anything leading up to that moment. All I know is that they were on their way to get me. According to what I've been told, they had stopped on the side of the highway near a small patch of trees. It was late in the evening, and my baby brother was throwing a fit in the back seat. My stepmother had gotten out of the car to check on him, to calm him down, and my father had gotten out with her. They were parked, the car on the shoulder of the road, just a few feet away from the main traffic lane. At the time, I didn't understand the dangers of being on the side of the highway, but now, as an adult, I can see it so clearly. They were vulnerable, exposed, in a place where the only thing that separated them from the fast-moving traffic was a few feet of shoulder. And that's exactly what cost them their lives. A semi-truck driver, who had been driving for far too long without rest, was coming down the hill toward them. He had been over his hours, his body exhausted, his focus slipping. It was late, the road was empty, and he wasn't paying attention to the shoulder. The truck veered off course, its massive tires screeching as it hit the parked car at around 70 miles per hour. The impact was immediate and violent. The truck slammed into the rear end of the car, sending it spinning out of control before it caught fire. The wreckage was unrecognizable. My father, my stepmother, and my baby brother never had a chance. The fire consumed everything. No one survived. Not even a trace of them remained. The only one left behind was the truck driver, who somehow walked away from the wreck. I never knew the full extent of it at the time, of course. I was just a kid, and I didn't understand the gravity of what had happened. My family had been taken from me, and I was left behind to face a world that was already too big and too confusing for someone so young. But even then, something inside me knew that life wasn't going to be the same anymore. Over the years, I grew up and tried to move on. I lived with relatives, and eventually, I ended up attending Texas Tech in Lubbock. I still remember the feeling of driving down the highway, passing the stretch of road where the accident had occurred. It was like a knot in my stomach every time, a sick feeling that I couldn't shake off. I would drive past it and wonder how many people actually knew what had happened there. How many knew that a family had been lost, that lives had been destroyed in an instant. It wasn't until much later, when I was an adult and had some free time, that I decided to do some research on the accident. I had to know more. I had to understand what had happened. The details of the crash were vague, but I wanted to find out more. I found an article online that seemed to reference the accident, a piece written by someone who had witnessed it. The person who wrote the article had lived in a house near the highway, and they remembered seeing the accident. They spoke about the family, my family, walking along the side of the highway after the crash. They didn't describe them as being injured or anything like that. No, they described them as continuing their journey, walking along the shoulder of the road, but never getting any closer to their destination. At first, I didn't understand. What did they mean? How could this person have seen my family walking after the crash? I couldn't make sense of it. The crash was so violent, so final. There was no way anyone could have survived, let alone been seen walking away from the wreckage. But the article was clear. This person had seen them. They said they could see them walking, just a few feet away from where the car had been. The witness described them as being alive, but stuck in some kind of limbo, a journey they couldn't complete. It wasn't until I started to really think about it that I realized what it meant. My family had been on their way to pick me up. They had been coming to get me, to bring me into their lives again. And they had never made it. They had never reached their destination. They had been taken from me, their journey cut short. The witness's description of them, walking along the side of the road, but never getting closer to their destination, felt like some kind of cosmic reflection of that. They had been so close to being with me again, but it had been snatched away. I couldn't explain the feelings I had when I read that article. I broke down in tears. It was strange, because I didn't know this person. They were just a stranger who had happened to witness something horrible, something that had happened to people they didn't even know. But somehow, they felt like a part of me. They had seen my family, and in a way, they had seen me too. They had seen the part of my life that had been lost, and that loss had somehow become theirs too. I decided I needed to find the exact spot where the accident had happened. I asked some locals, people who had lived in the area for years, and to my surprise, many of them remembered the accident. They spoke about it with a strange reverence, as though it was something that still haunted the area, something that people couldn't forget. They told me roughly where it had happened, and with their directions in hand, I set off to find it. When I got there, I parked my car by the side of the road and just sat there for a few minutes. I didn't know what to expect, but I needed to be there, to be close to where everything had ended for them. It was a quiet spot, just like any other stretch of highway in West Texas. The sky was a dull, overcast gray, and the wind carried the scent of dry dirt and sagebrush. I took a few moments of silence to honor them, to show respect for the lives that had been lost. It was one of the strangest moments of my life. I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but there was something profound about being there, standing at the place where everything had come to a tragic end. The emptiness I had felt in my life, the part of me that had never fully healed, seemed to connect with that empty stretch of road. It was as if, for just a brief moment, I could feel the loss in a way I hadn't been able to before. I didn't stay long. I had come, I had paid my respects, and I knew that I couldn't change what had happened. But something about the experience stayed with me. It gave me a sense of closure, of understanding, even if I still didn't have all the answers. The details of the accident, the witness's account, and the place itself, it all added up to something that felt important, even if it was something I couldn't fully explain. It's a strange feeling to live with a part of you that you can never fully understand, to have pieces of your life and your family missing, and yet to still try to make sense of it all. That accident, that loss, will always be with me. But at least now, I have some sense of peace. I know where it happened, I know what it meant, and I can carry that with me as I move forward. That part of my life hasn't left me, not entirely. It never will, but I've learned to live with it. And in the end, that's all any of us can do. We had been planning this trip for months, but it was a simple one. Just 5 days. Southern California was always on my mind, so when I brought it up to my boyfriend, Nate, he agreed without hesitation. We had met through hiking, the Appalachian Trail, to be specific, so we both knew what it meant to be out in the wilderness, away from the bustle of civilization. We weren't new to this by any means. We had thru-hiked long trails before, living off the bare minimum, living out of our packs for days at a time. But this trip was different. It was short, and we both wanted to indulge. I remember the day we went to Whole Foods like it was yesterday. We were excited, so excited that we went a little overboard. It wasn't like the usual backpacking trips, where we carried the lightest food possible. This time, we bought whatever we wanted: fresh fruit, protein bars, artisanal cheeses, a few cold cuts, granola, and other delicious snacks. We didn't care that our packs would be a bit heavier than usual. The idea of good food on a short hike was too tempting to pass up. We figured we'd be out for a few days, but we could handle a little extra weight for something nice. Our packs were stuffed. We spent the next few hours organizing the food, double-checking everything to make sure nothing was too squished or poorly packed. We then drove out to our starting point. The weather was perfect, the sky clear, and the air dry but not too hot. It was everything we wanted for a getaway, and after about an hour of driving, we arrived at the trailhead. The hike was exactly what we needed. Nothing too strenuous, with gentle inclines and a steady pace. We spent the first day getting used to our loads again, reacquainting ourselves with the rhythm of the trail. At the end of the day, we came across a nice spot, a small clearing nestled against the side of a hill. It was just far enough from the trail that it felt private, and the view of the valley below was beautiful, with the sun setting in the distance. The last thing we wanted was to be near other people, so this secluded spot was perfect. The next day, we planned on hiking further, but the day was a little more relaxed. We ate a big breakfast of fresh fruit and granola and began hiking without too much of a destination in mind. Around midday, we passed a dirt service road that led to some sort of utility area. There was a large trough nearby, presumably used to feed horses. The trough was big, heavy, and already overturned, so it looked like no one had been around in a while. We figured this was as good a spot as any to stash our food bags for the night. At the time, it seemed like a perfect choice. The trough was solid, heavy, and clearly not in use. It would be a great place to keep our food safe from any potential animals, especially bears. It was just far enough off the beaten path that we felt confident no one would stumble upon it. We shoved both of our food bags underneath the trough, arranging everything carefully to ensure nothing would fall out. We didn't really expect anyone else to be out here, especially so far from the nearest town. The trail was quiet, the only sounds coming from the wind and the distant rustling of the trees. That night, we settled into our tents and spent the evening talking, eating some of our trail mix, and enjoying the quiet. The sky was clear and full of stars, and it was one of those nights when everything felt peaceful. The sound of the wind through the trees was calming. We didn't think much about the food bags. They were safe where they were, and it was a simple, easy night in the wild. The next morning, we woke up early to continue our hike. The first thing on our minds was breakfast, so we grabbed our gear and walked over to where we had stashed the food. As we approached, I saw it immediately. Half of the food was gone. It didn't make sense. There were only 2 bags, and both had been packed to the brim. Now one was nearly empty. I felt my stomach drop, and my skin prickled with a creeping sense of unease. The food bags had been opened, but it wasn't like an animal had torn into them. The bags were neatly unzipped, and whoever took the food had done so selectively, only picking certain items. Some of the cheese was gone, some of the bars, and even a few of the fresh fruits. But not all of it. It was like someone had gone through and chosen what they wanted. I froze, looking around, trying to make sense of it. "Nate, what the hell?" I whispered. He didn't respond immediately, and I could see him standing still, scanning the area around us. His face looked pale. He wasn't as freaked out as I was, but I could see the concern in his eyes. He moved over to the other bag and checked it carefully. The damage was the same. It didn't take long for the realization to hit us both. This wasn't an animal. This wasn't a bear. No bear would pick out specific foods, and no bear would leave the bags so neatly disturbed. This was a person who had been watching us, and that thought made my stomach turn. I tried to think back. Had we seen anyone else? No. No one had passed us on the trail. We hadn't heard any cars or voices. We were miles from the nearest town, with no signs of anyone else being nearby. But that's when the thought hit me. The person must have been watching us, maybe even from the road, or perhaps they had seen us from a distance as we set up camp. The idea of someone else being out here, near us, was unsettling. I felt a wave of panic, like someone had violated our space. We had been so sure we were alone, so certain that no one else would come this far into the wilderness. But now, someone had taken our food, rifled through our bags, and disappeared back into the woods. I wanted to think it was just a fluke, maybe a hunter passing through or someone who was also hiking. But it didn't feel like that. The quiet was too heavy, too still. It felt like whoever had done this was watching us even now, hiding in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to approach. We stood there for a while, unsure of what to do next. Our food supply was decimated, and we weren't sure we could continue without it. We had enough for maybe another day, but we had planned for 5. This was supposed to be our break, a chance to relax and enjoy the outdoors without worrying about anything. Nate finally spoke up. "I think we should go back," he said, his voice low but firm. He was right. There was no reason to stay out here without enough food, and the thought of someone else being so close to our camp, possibly still watching us, made it feel unsafe. The idea of continuing the hike, knowing someone had been that close, felt wrong. We packed up quickly, trying to salvage what little we had left in the food bags. We didn't say much as we walked back toward the trailhead. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching us, maybe following us. Every rustle in the bushes, every crack of a twig, made me jump. But we didn't see anyone. There were no footprints, no signs of another hiker or person on the trail. It was just us walking back. By the time we got to the trailhead, it felt like we had been out there for much longer than we actually had. I was relieved to finally see our car in the parking lot, but there was still a knot in my stomach. I couldn't stop thinking about the food and the feeling of being watched. We hadn't seen anyone, but the evidence was there. Someone had been out there, and they had taken what wasn't theirs. We drove home in silence, the air heavy with the tension of what had happened. I kept thinking about how easily we could have been in danger. We were experienced hikers, but we were also naive in thinking that we were far enough out that nothing like this would happen. We didn't talk about it much after that. It felt like one of those things you just had to move past, even if it left a lingering unease. We never found out who had taken our food or why, but we both knew one thing for certain. Next time, we'd be a lot more careful about where we left our things. The woods were no longer just peaceful. They were a reminder that you never really know who, or what, could be lurking in the shadows. I live in the woods, and when I say that, I don't just mean that my house is surrounded by trees and a few wildlife trails. I mean I'm deep in it. My family has lived here for decades, and we've come to understand the land in ways that you can't really explain to people who've never spent much time in remote places. The kind of place where your neighbors are the animals, and the only sounds you hear are the rustling of leaves and the occasional animal cry echoing in the distance. Back in the 1950s, the state began buying up land from farmers. One farmer, stubborn as they come, refused to sell all of his land and instead began parceling off sections to private buyers. In the 1970s, my father bought a 38-acre piece of this land. He built our home there, tucked into the side of a mountain. Later on, my parents bought out another neighbor's house, knocked it down, and expanded our property to 50 acres. We're completely surrounded by 900 acres of state-owned forest and another 3,000 acres of national forest beyond that. When I say I live in the woods, I mean it in the most literal way possible. Wildlife is abundant. Bobcats, deer, bears, mountain lions, coyote packs of 15 to 40 coy dogs, and even a badger every now and then have all made an appearance in my backyard, as it were. It's not unusual for me to go out to the porch and see a family of deer grazing not too far from the house, or to hear the calls of coyotes as they hunt in the distance. But it's not just the wildlife that makes living here so strange. It's the things that happen. Things that can't easily be explained away by science or logic. One afternoon, I was hanging out in the living room with a few friends, chatting and laughing. The room was warm, cozy. I had just set a steel water bottle on the table, one of those heavy-duty, twist-off cap types. It was sitting there next to a few other things, resting in a puddle of condensation. Out of nowhere, without anyone touching it, the bottle suddenly shot straight up off the table, 2 feet into the air, before coming back down to land exactly where it had been, right into the ring of water left behind. It was as if the bottle had been thrown up by some invisible hand and gently placed back down. We all stared at it, and without saying a word, we all left the room. Nobody needed to speak about it. We all knew something strange had happened, something we couldn't explain. A few months later, the strangeness returned, this time during a video game night. We were in the living room, the TV and game console blaring. The usual noise of people talking and the game's soundtrack filled the room. The loading screen music stopped, and there was an awkward pause as the game froze. All of us fell silent, unsure what was going on. Then behind us, we heard it. The kitchen faucet. It was running full blast. No one had been in the kitchen. Nobody had gone near it. We didn't even have to walk past the kitchen to get to the living room. The layout of the house was such that the kitchen was tucked away, and most people didn't even realize it was there unless they went looking for it. But there it was, the sound of water gushing from the sink, loud enough for all of us to hear. That wasn't the last of it either. The house, for whatever reason, seemed to have a mind of its own when it came to electrical things. The light fixture in the bathroom became a constant source of frustration. I don't know how many times I've rewired or replaced bulbs in that fixture, but it's the same thing every time. One bulb never works. No matter if it's a 3-bulb fixture, the middle one refuses to light up. If I change it to a 2-bulb fixture, the left one will never turn on. I've even run separate circuits from 2 different breaker boxes to try and fix it, but no matter what I did, the same light always burned out. I've given up trying to fix it. It's just one of those things that, no matter how hard I try, I can't explain. Even stranger are the electronic devices in the house. Computers, TVs, stereos, whatever it is, it doesn't matter. They'll randomly switch on or off, often without any explanation. You could be sitting in the living room, not even near the TV, and suddenly the screen will light up on its own. Or you'll be walking away from a room, and the stereo will suddenly start blaring music. I've even had devices switch on when they were unplugged, or the batteries were out of the remote controls. It's as if something or someone is flipping switches when you're not looking. The woods around the house are no less strange. I've spent a lot of time hiking, exploring the surrounding forest. The area is covered in old remnants of history, abandoned structures, overgrown roads, and forgotten paths. There are old foundations of smugglers' dens and stone staircases that lead nowhere, ascending up the sides of hills and vanishing into the trees. These relics are scattered throughout the forest, and the deeper you go, the more you find. It's not uncommon to come across unmarked graves, old shine shacks, and ruins from long-forgotten times. There's something eerie about it, walking through a place where people once lived, but now the only evidence of their existence is a crumbling stone wall or a half-buried rusted metal can. But for all the oddities, I've never felt truly threatened. It's not that I don't have a sense of caution or that I don't recognize the dangers that exist in the woods, wild animals, falling trees, or the risk of getting lost, but it's something else entirely. There's a presence, a sense that I'm not always alone. It's a feeling that I get sometimes when I'm out in the woods by myself, or even when I'm inside the house. There are moments when I just know that something's watching me, even if I can't see it. You get to know the land after a while, and you learn to trust your instincts. My instincts tell me that I'm being watched, even if I can't put my finger on exactly who or what is watching me. One night, a few years ago, I was out hiking on a trail that runs through our property. It's an old, overgrown path that loops around the ridge of the mountain and connects to several other hiking trails on state land. The trail is narrow, barely wide enough to fit one person, with dense underbrush on either side. I've hiked it many times, but that night, something felt different. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone, or something, was following me. I kept hearing branches snapping behind me, soft enough that it could have just been an animal, but too rhythmic to be random. I stopped a few times, straining my ears, but the noises would stop as soon as I did. Eventually, I quickened my pace, and the noise seemed to follow suit, matching my speed. It wasn't until I reached a clearing that I felt the full weight of the strange sensation. The clearing was small, surrounded by thick trees on three sides. The moonlight filtered through the branches, casting long shadows across the ground. I stood there, breathing heavily, trying to shake the eerie feeling creeping up my spine. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, the feeling faded. The air felt lighter, and the hairs on the back of my neck lay flat again. I don't know why it stopped, but I knew something had been there, watching, waiting. The feeling didn't go away entirely. It lingered, just at the edge of my mind, like a shadow that wouldn't quite disappear. I came home that night, and everything felt off. The house was quiet, too quiet. The kind of quiet that fills you with unease, the kind of silence where every creak and groan of the house sounds amplified. I couldn't shake the feeling that whatever had been out there in the woods had followed me back. That's when I noticed the first sign. The faucet in the kitchen was on again, full blast. But this time, I knew I hadn't left it on. I checked the other faucets, nothing. Just the kitchen sink, running as if someone had left it on and forgotten. It wasn't the first time something like that had happened, but something about this felt different. I turned the water off, but the feeling didn't go away. I could still feel eyes on me. I'm not one to believe in ghosts or anything like that, but after a while, it becomes hard to ignore the strange events that happen around here. Maybe it's just the isolation, maybe it's just the land, but it feels like there's something here. Something that's been here long before I ever set foot on this property. Something that's never quite left. To this day, I still feel it. That strange sensation that I'm being watched. I've learned to live with it, as unsettling as it is. I've come to accept that I might never fully understand what's happening, but I also know that I can't deny it either. There's something about this place, this land, that doesn't let go. Maybe it's the remnants of all those who lived here before. Maybe it's something else entirely. But whatever it is, I've come to understand one thing for sure. This land is alive with stories, with history, with things that aren't easily explained. And I'm just another chapter in its strange, ongoing tale. We had been camping at that spot countless times before. It was one of those places you just naturally return to, even after exploring new ones. I grew up in the middle of nowhere, and most of my memories were tied to the woods and lakes near my home. A lot of my childhood was spent fishing, hiking, and camping with friends, with the lake as a constant backdrop. It was peaceful, isolated, and beautiful. But there was something about that trip that changed everything, something that still haunts me every time I think about it. There were 4 of us that night, 2 guys, 2 girls, none of us older than 19. We had 2 tents set up, one for the girls and one for the guys, all beside the lake, not far from where the trees started to thin out. It was a typical summer evening, cool and calm. The sun was setting, casting a golden glow on the water. We had made this trip many times, so it felt like second nature to us. The area was secluded enough to keep things peaceful, but not too far from our vehicles to make it a hassle. We didn't expect anything to go wrong. Just before it got dark, we decided to go fishing. The lake was only a minute or two's walk from the campsite. The guys and girls went in separate directions, as we usually did, and we all had our own favorite spots to cast our lines. The evening was nice, and the air had that crisp, refreshing feel that only comes after a day of warmth. We stayed out by the water for about an hour, just fishing and chatting as you do. Nothing out of the ordinary. The kind of evening where the time slips away, and you barely notice it. It was only when the first stars started to appear in the sky that we decided to head back. The walk back was quiet, our footsteps crunching the gravel path beneath us, a slight breeze stirring the leaves. The camp was supposed to be right there, just up ahead, near that familiar clearing by the lake. But as we neared, something felt off. I couldn't put my finger on it at first, but when we finally reached the clearing, everything hit me at once. The camp was gone. No tents, no coolers, no gear, not a trace of anything we had left behind. Nothing at all. The ground was bare, just dirt and grass, the faint impression of where the tents had been, but that was it. It looked like we had never even been there. The first thing that ran through my head was that maybe someone had come by and taken everything. It would make sense, right? Someone could have come while we were fishing, grabbed our stuff, and just left. But that didn't sit right with me. I looked around. There was only one way in and out of the spot we were camped, and we had been fishing in that very entrance. No one could have snuck in without us seeing them. The trees were thick on both sides, and the path was narrow, meaning no one could have carried everything away quietly. But here we were, standing in a place that was supposed to be home for the night, staring at an empty, silent space. For a second, I thought I was losing my mind. I checked my pockets. Thankfully, I still had my keys. I didn't know why that gave me some sense of relief, but it did. At least we could get to the vehicles if we had to. We all stood there for a while, trying to make sense of it, but the more we looked around, the more confused we became. One of the guys suggested we head back to the vehicles. He figured we could figure it out from there, maybe get some help. We were about a 10-minute canoe ride from where we had parked, and I guess in the back of my mind, I thought maybe something had happened while we were gone, something weird. We piled into the canoe, and the whole ride back, none of us said much. We just kept looking around, trying to make sense of what was happening. When we finally reached our vehicles, it felt like we were in another world. The lights from the trucks illuminated the area around us, and I remember how eerie everything felt, like we had crossed some invisible boundary into a strange reality. My mind was racing, and even though we had left in good spirits earlier that day, I couldn't shake the unsettling feeling creeping up my spine. The whole ride back to the campsite felt strange, too, as if the world had somehow shifted. We were all quiet, almost too quiet, each of us replaying the events in our heads, searching for some explanation. There were no tracks, no evidence of anyone else. No sign of struggle, but no sign of us either. Just emptiness. The next day, we went back. We had to know what had happened. Maybe we had just misremembered. Maybe the tents were never there. Maybe we had lost our minds. But no, everything was exactly the same. There was nothing. Nothing but dirt and rock. The ground where the tents had stood was perfectly undisturbed, and there was no sign of any of our gear. No marks in the dirt, no evidence of anything. The thing that really freaked me out, though, was the cliff. Right behind where we had camped, there was a 40-foot drop straight down, the kind of cliff that could leave you seriously injured if you went over it. We had all camped here many times before, but I had never thought about that drop. I never thought to consider the possibility that someone could have been watching us from that height. That day, though, standing there, staring at the cliff, I couldn't shake the thought. I couldn't help but feel like we had been observed, like we were being toyed with. What I can't understand is how it all disappeared. Our stuff, our tents, our gear gone. It doesn't make sense. Even if someone had come by and taken it, there's no way they could have done so without leaving some trace. But there was nothing. No footprints, no broken branches, nothing. It was as if the land itself had swallowed it all. After that, we decided to leave. There was no reason to stay. We couldn't explain what had happened, and we didn't want to stick around to find out if it would happen again. The thought of being out there, with nothing to explain what had just occurred, made me feel more uncomfortable than I can explain. I've thought about that trip a lot since then. Over the years, I've tried to reason with myself, come up with logical explanations, but every time, I hit a wall. I don't know what happened, and I don't know what could have made all our things vanish like that. Sometimes, when I'm out camping, I find myself looking around, checking the cliffs, checking the path, trying to make sure I'm not being watched. I'm not sure if it's paranoia or if something really did happen that day, but either way, I don't think I'll ever forget it. And sometimes, when I'm alone in the woods, the memory of that empty campsite still haunts me. I'll never understand what happened, and maybe that's what scares me the most. I was at my girlfriend's apartment, the kind of place where you could tell the landlord was just trying to make it feel homey, but it was small. We were on the first floor, which was convenient because you could step right out the door and be on the porch. That evening, the four of us were drinking a bit, chatting. and just winding down before heading out to downtown for a night out. The apartment was a studio, nothing too fancy, but cozy enough to make it feel like a nice little retreat. We'd moved outside to her private porch, which wasn't attached directly to the apartment, but was just off the side. The kind where you'd step out of the front door, turn right, and there it was. We were standing there, chatting, when one of our friends, Tim, I think, asked, "Who else is coming over?" He was looking through the window, probably wondering if anyone else was going to join us. I turned to look into the apartment, just as Tim was looking through the blinds. What I saw instantly had my stomach drop. There was a guy in the apartment, standing near the kitchen. His hair was greasy, matted, and stuck to his scalp like he hadn't showered in days, maybe longer. His eyes had that glazed-over look, like someone who was completely gone, lost in some kind of haze. His body was thin, emaciated, like he hadn't been eating. I could barely focus on anything else as I registered one thing. He was standing by the knives I'd just hung up in the kitchen, the new set I'd bought for her. I didn't think, I just acted. The adrenaline kicked in, and I bolted through the door, yelling to my friends to stay outside. I didn't wait to think if it was a mistake. I just needed to confront him. I pushed through the door to the apartment, and sure enough, there he was, still standing there, staring at the knives as if he was trying to decide which one to take. "Hey!" I shouted, my voice breaking through the tension. He snapped around to face me, his expression one of complete shock, like he hadn't expected anyone to come in. Before he could react, I lunged at him. My hands hit his chest, and I tackled him to the ground. It wasn't until I had him pinned that I noticed the sharp object in his hand. He'd grabbed a medium-sized flathead screwdriver from the kitchen drawer, one of the ones I'd thought was just a tool for minor repairs. He didn't even try to punch me. Instead, he screamed. Not a normal scream. It was a primal, blood-curdling screech, something I'd never heard before, like a banshee howling in pain. It echoed off the walls, making my ears ring. His body writhed under mine, but I kept my weight on him, my arms pinning him down. The cold steel of the flathead was still in his hand, and I could feel the tension in his fingers as he gripped it tight. I could have hit him, I could have done a lot of things, but in that moment, I didn't. Instead, I just held him down. I was too afraid of what would have happened if I let him go, too afraid that he'd hurt me, or worse, hurt one of my friends. Then the real horror hit me. As I held him there, my heart racing, I looked at the flathead again, its blade still gleaming in the dim light of the kitchen. It was sharp enough to stab. He could have easily turned it toward me. But somehow, by pure chance, I got to him before he could make a move. I still wonder if I should have beaten him, should have done something more. But all I did was pin him, holding him until I heard sirens in the distance. I could feel him panting beneath me. The only sounds in the room his ragged breaths and my own heartbeat. Eventually, the police arrived, and I let them take over. The guy was arrested, no questions asked. They found drugs on him, but I wasn't sure whether they were the cause of his erratic behavior or if he was just out of his mind. Either way, the whole thing left me rattled. It wasn't just the fear of what he could have done, but the fact that he'd been so close to taking something that wasn't his, something that I thought I had control over. The whole thing left me feeling uneasy. I still don't know what the guy was after, or why he was in the apartment in the first place. That night, when we finally left to head downtown, I couldn't shake the image of his wide eyes staring at the knives. It stuck with me. Still does. The second story happened about 2 years ago, in November. I decided to do something stupid. Something that seemed like a great idea at the time, but ended up being one of the most terrifying experiences of my life. I went to explore an old asylum in Connecticut. It was cold, but I didn't mind. I thought it would be fun, a little adventure for the day. I'd been there before, but never alone. I guess I thought I could handle it. I didn't tell anyone I was going. The place was abandoned, a shell of what it once was, but it had this eerie charm to it. I had my flashlight, a camera, and a bottle of wine, and I was just walking through, taking my time. I was careful not to disturb anything, quietly moving through the overgrowth and the rotting building. The walls were peeling, windows broken, and the silence of the place felt like it had been there for years. As I moved deeper into the asylum, the floor creaked under my feet. The air was thick with dust and the smell of mildew. It was a kind of silence that felt heavy, like something was watching. But I ignored it. I kept moving, fascinated by the decay, the emptiness. I reached a hallway when I first heard it. At first, it was just a faint sound, footsteps maybe. It sounded like someone was running, but it didn't make any sense. I was alone. No one else was supposed to be there. I stopped in my tracks, listening carefully. The footsteps continued, getting closer and closer. Then it stopped, right behind me, just around the corner of the hallway. I called out, "Hello," in a friendly voice, thinking it might just be someone else exploring the place. Maybe another curious wanderer. But there was no answer. Just silence. Then I heard the laugh. It was a low, unsettling chuckle, like a grown man's laugh, but it didn't sound right. It was wrong. I can't explain it, but it felt off. It wasn't playful or carefree. It felt ominous. My stomach twisted and I froze. I turned slowly, scanning the hallway with my flashlight, but I didn't see anyone. Nothing moved. It was empty. I decided to move on, to ignore it. But then it happened again. That same sound, the running footsteps, but this time, the laugh came right after it. Close. Too close. It wasn't just some echo or distant noise. It felt like it was happening right beside me. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. Something wasn't right. I walked faster, my heartbeat speeding up. I reached another floor, trying to focus on the task of just getting through the building. But the sounds continued. The running, the laugh. It was like the building itself was alive with this eerie presence, and I couldn't escape it. And then it happened. I was standing near a cracked wall when I saw it. A human eyeball. It wasn't just some normal eyeball. It was a bloodshot, wide open, staring at me through a crack in the wall. It blinked. Slowly. My flashlight hit it, and it just kept staring. That was the moment everything clicked. That was when I knew something was seriously wrong. I couldn't breathe. My entire body tensed, and my mind raced. I could feel the route to safety, to the nearest road, embedding itself in my brain, like my subconscious was trying to tell me to run. And then that laugh again, right beside me, as if it was in my ear. It was too much. I couldn't handle it anymore. I ran. I ran like I've never run before, ignoring the pain in my legs, the cold air biting at my skin. I didn't stop to think, didn't stop to check if anyone was behind me. I just ran, out of that place, through the hallways, down the stairs, my heart pounding in my chest, every sound magnified, every creak in the building like a warning. I made it out. I didn't look back. I don't know what happened in there, or who, or what I heard. All I know is that I got out, and I haven't been back to that asylum since. Whatever was there, whatever it was that I felt, I don't want to know. Some things are better left unexplored. And that night, I learned the hard way. It had been a while since I'd been out here, deep in the woods, but it was still one of my favorite places to camp. There's something calming about being so far from civilization, away from the noise of the city, the buzz of phones, and the constant interruptions. It was the kind of camping I grew up with. No lakes, no fancy camping spots. Just pure wilderness. The spot I chose this time was one I'd been to with my family a few times. It wasn't far from town, about 3 hours or so, but once you got past the last small town and the pavement ended, it was all dirt roads, dense trees, and that wild, almost eerie quiet that can only come from deep forest. The kind of quiet where every little sound stands out, where the creak of a branch or the rustle of leaves can send your heart racing because it might be something you don't want to hear. I'd been coming here since I was a kid, so I knew the area like the back of my hand. The twists in the trail, the outcropping of rocks, the steep drops to the creek, everything. But that also meant I knew the kind of people who found their way here. Off-grid folks, loners, and, well, to be blunt, meth heads. There were rumors about the area. The kind of rumors you don't talk about openly, especially not with city folks. I had learned over the years that keeping your mouth shut about the shady things that happened out here was the best course of action. I never wanted to make anyone nervous, especially when they were new to this kind of camping. But this time, I wasn't alone. I had my boyfriend with me, and 2 other couples. They were all city people, the kind of folks who preferred the comfort of a cabin or a lakeside view with nice, even paths. None of them had done this kind of camping before, at least, not in a place this remote. They were excited at first, but I could tell they were a little out of their element. They were used to the social, easygoing style of camping where you sit by a campfire, roast marshmallows, and tell jokes. Not the kind where you have to actually pay attention to your surroundings and keep an eye on who's out there with you. That first night, everything was fine. We had set up camp, cooked a simple dinner over the fire, and were all sitting around drinking and chatting. The night was thick with that typical forest quiet, the kind where the sounds of crickets and distant rustling trees feel like part of the background hum of the world. Everything felt safe and normal. But that all changed when we heard it. "Marcus." The voice rang out, high-pitched and frantic. It was a woman's voice, and she was clearly distressed. The way she screamed the name, over and over, made the hairs on the back of my neck stand up. It wasn't a sound you wanted to hear in the woods. The thing that struck me first was that the voice was coming from the east, from deeper into the forest, which was strange. Anyone coming from the west would have come across the trail or been on the main road. But the direction the voice came from didn't make sense. It was off the main trail, deeper into the woods, past where we had set up camp. For a second, I froze. My instincts kicked in. I didn't want to draw any attention to our camp. There were people out here, and they weren't always the kind of folks you wanted to run into when the sun went down. But then, one of our friends, Mark, who was clearly feeling a little too much of the drink, shouted back, "Pollo!" His voice rang out loud and carefree, not realizing the gravity of the situation. I felt a pang of panic. Why would he yell back? The last thing we needed was to engage with whoever this was, especially if they were lost or worse, messed up on something. I waved my hand frantically at him, trying to get his attention, but he didn't see me. I mouthed, "Shut up," but it was too late. The woman had heard us. "Hey, how do I get to my camp? Help me." Her voice came again, sharp and clear. There was desperation in her tone, but it didn't sound like a normal kind of distress. It sounded almost off, like she wasn't just lost. Something wasn't right. I froze again, my heart hammering in my chest. I immediately motioned for everyone to be quiet, hoping that maybe, just maybe, she'd leave if we didn't respond. But that wasn't going to happen. I could hear her moving through the brush now, the sound of twigs snapping underfoot as she came closer. And then, she cursed loudly, in a string of obscenities I couldn't quite make out. She sounded like she was stumbling, tripping over something in the dark, and I could hear her crashing through the forest like someone who wasn't aware of where they were, or worse, someone who didn't care. At that point, I knew. She wasn't lost. She wasn't just a normal camper. She was messed up. She was either drunk or high, or both. My gut twisted with anxiety. People like this were unpredictable, and in a place like this, where the nearest help was hours away, anything could happen. "God, please just leave," I muttered under my breath. But she didn't leave. Instead, she got closer, yelling more insults as she made her way toward our fire. At one point, we heard her crash to the ground, a loud thud and a snap of wood, followed by more angry shouting. She cursed us for shining such a bright light on her. The only light around was our campfire, which wasn't even that bright. But she was obviously hallucinating, her mind playing tricks on her. My boyfriend, John, was watching all this, his expression darkening. He could tell something was wrong, too. He was a big guy, broad-shouldered and intimidating when he was upset, and I could see his patience wearing thin. I could feel my chest tightening, but I didn't want to say anything more. I just wanted her to go away. And then, finally, she stumbled into the clearing. The sight of her was enough to stop my heart for a second. She was filthy, clothes torn, hair matted with dirt, skin pale and sweaty. Her eyes were wide and unfocused, darting around like she couldn't settle on anything. She looked like she hadn't slept or eaten in days, her body twitching and jerking in unnatural ways. Her movements were erratic, jerky. She was on something, that much was clear. "Can I stay? I'm hungry. Can I stay?" she asked, her voice cracking, as if she was a little girl begging for help. But there was nothing childlike about the way she spoke. She was demanding. She plopped down right next to us without asking, her eyes fixed on the food we had left over. "No," John said, his voice low and firm. "You need to leave. Now." She didn't listen. Instead, she just stared at him, her eyes flicking from his face to the ground, her mouth twitching. She looked like she was going to lash out, but she didn't. She just kept repeating the same thing, asking if she could stay, demanding food and water. John stood up, his voice rising. "You have to go. Now." He was angry, but not scared. His big frame seemed to fill the space between us, like he was a wall that would stop her from crossing any lines. She stood up too slowly, swaying on her feet. She muttered something incoherent about us being rude and unkind, then started stumbling back into the darkness. Her steps were slow, but she was still yelling, still cursing at us, blaming us for everything. "I'll be back," she screamed into the night. "You'll see. I'll be back." We listened as her voice grew fainter, carried away by the wind. The forest seemed to swallow the sound of her footsteps, but I couldn't shake the feeling that she wasn't really gone. The worst part was knowing she already knew where we were. She'd heard our voices and made her way right to us without hesitation. I looked over at John, and he seemed just as shaken as I felt. None of us said anything for a while. I didn't even want to speak. I didn't want to break the silence that hung thick between us. But no one slept that night. Every little noise made us tense. Every crack of a branch, every rustle in the dark, had us jumping. We kept the fire burning, stoking it every so often, but it felt like it was doing nothing to keep the darkness at bay. I stayed awake, my eyes fixed on the shadows just beyond the firelight, waiting for her to come back. My mind kept replaying her words, the way she had insisted we were rude, when all we had done was tell her to leave. My skin prickled with the thought that she might come back with others, or worse, that she might come back at all. When dawn finally came, it felt like a relief. The light seemed to push away the oppressive weight of the night, but even then, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. We packed up in silence, eager to leave, and the drive back to town felt like the longest 3 hours of my life. As for our friends, I don't think they'll ever look at camping the same way again. You can't mess around in the forests like that. There are people out there who know it better than you, and they know what to do when they don't like you being in their space. I hope they learn their lesson. But I know this isn't the last time I'll encounter people like that. The woods have a way of bringing out the unexpected. And next time, I won't hesitate to keep my mouth shut. You don't engage with the crazies out there. You just survive. It was June 2013 when my best friend and I decided to take a trip along a bike trail that stretched for about 60 miles one way. We'd both been working long hours and figured this would be the perfect way to spend some time outdoors, away from our hectic lives. Plus, the fact that a guy we used to work with lived somewhere along the trail, and he was offering us a place to stay, made the whole trip sound even more appealing. He rented out cabins, and it seemed like a good way to break up the ride without having to camp out under the stars in the middle of nowhere. We had no idea what we were getting ourselves into. After about 30 to 40 miles into the trail, we finally arrived at the cabin. The place was a lot nicer than we expected, given the remoteness of the area. It had a TV, heating, AC, and even electricity. At first, it seemed like the perfect spot to rest, especially after the long bike ride. The only thing that could have been a problem was the weather. It was a stormy night, and by the time we arrived, the skies had opened up, pouring down rain and filling the air with the occasional rumble of thunder. We had barely gotten out of the rain when the power went out. Of course, the AC went off too, and the cabin grew uncomfortably warm quickly. Still, we weren't too worried. We had dinner at our host's house, just down the street from the cabin, and played cards with him and his wife. They were nice people, and we felt safe, sheltered from the storm outside. But there was something about the whole situation that made me uneasy. Maybe it was the isolation. Maybe it was the fact that the storm had knocked out the power so suddenly. But even after dinner, I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. We returned to the cabin after the meal. The storm was still going strong, and with the electricity out, it was darker than usual. The cabin was quiet, too quiet, except for the steady patter of rain on the roof and the occasional crack of thunder in the distance. We sat down on the couches and tried to make the best of it. We didn't want to just stare at the walls, but there wasn't much to do. We weren't in the mood for playing cards anymore, so we just sat there, trying to distract ourselves. That's when Scout, the man's dog, wandered in. He was a big, friendly mutt, and he immediately plopped down on the couch next to me, curling up in a ball. At first, I thought it was nice to have him there for company. He was warm and comforting, a distraction from the creeping unease that had settled over me. But then something weird happened. Scout kept raising his head and staring at the corner of the room. It wasn't like he was just casually glancing in that direction. His gaze was intense, fixed. His ears were perked, and I could feel the tension in his body. I could hear his breathing pick up a little, almost like he was on alert. I tried to ignore it at first. Maybe he was just hearing something outside, or maybe he was just a nervous dog. But then my friend, who had been sitting next to me, spoke up. She was quiet at first, but then she said my name, her voice full of nervous energy. "Hey, something's wrong," she said, her eyes wide. The speaker just moved. I froze. What? I didn't know what she meant at first, but when I looked over at the TV, I saw that one of the speakers above the TV, specifically the one closest to the corner of the room, had shifted. It wasn't just the usual settling of the house or anything. It had actually moved a couple of inches. The speaker, once angled slightly forward, was now facing more directly to the side, as though someone had nudged it. I glanced at Scout. His eyes were still locked on that corner, and his body was tense, stiff. I felt my heart rate pick up. It was like the air in the room had thickened, pressing in on me. It was harder to breathe. Something felt wrong, like the room wasn't as safe as it had been just moments before. Before I could say anything, we heard something upstairs. It wasn't clear what it was, just a faint sound, maybe a creak of floorboards or something falling. But it was enough to send us both scrambling to our feet. I didn't wait for my friend to say anything. I grabbed my jacket, and we rushed outside, bolting for the porch like something was chasing us. The moment we stepped out into the cold night air, I felt a bit better, like the weight had been lifted for a moment. But even though we were on the porch, sitting on the old rocking chairs, I couldn't shake the feeling of dread that still gripped me. The storm had slowed down some, but the rain was still coming down in sheets, and I found myself glancing back at the cabin every few seconds, half expecting to see something, or someone, move past the windows. It felt wrong, like something was watching us. Not just the house or the surroundings, but something inside lurking. I couldn't bring myself to look directly at the cabin. I didn't want to. We sat there in silence for a while, neither of us willing to go back inside. We tried to joke about the weirdness, tried to rationalize what had happened. But deep down, I could feel the fear creeping up my spine. That's when my friend's phone buzzed. She had an iPhone, and I had a flip phone at the time. I watched as she checked the notification. It was a Facebook notification. She seemed confused at first, and I felt a sudden knot form in my stomach. She opened the app and froze. The notification said, "My name," posted a photo on her timeline. I couldn't have posted anything. I hadn't been on Facebook in days. I didn't even have internet connection there. I had no idea what was going on, but I could see that my friend was already opening the app, trying to make sense of it. She clicked on the photo. It was a photo of me, but not just me. Two of my other friends were with me in the picture. I wasn't tagged in it, but there I was. The photo was taken in May, about a month before our trip. But that wasn't the weird part. The weird part was the caption. "We never sleep." My stomach dropped. I had never posted that, and my friends weren't tagged in the photo either. The date of the post was a month ago, and we were in the middle of nowhere, with no service, no internet, and no way for me to have done anything remotely close to that. Why did I get a notification for a photo that I didn't post? My friend asked, voice shaky. And why is it from a month ago? Why would it say we never sleep? I didn't have any answers. We were both trying to make sense of it, trying to rationalize the impossible, but nothing about this was making any sense. My mind was racing, jumping from one paranoid thought to the next. How could she get a notification about something I never posted? And why would the caption say that? My heart was pounding now, my anxiety rising. It felt like everything around us was suddenly closing in, like the walls of the cabin were too thick to escape, and the air outside was too heavy to breathe. The fear was overwhelming. It was then that I realized the dog, Scout, was nowhere to be found. Normally, he would have stayed with us, but he was gone. I didn't even hear him come and go. I hadn't noticed it at first, but now that I was thinking about it, it made me even more uneasy. Scout was a good dog. He didn't just run off. Something was wrong. Maybe he had sensed it too. We went back inside after a long silence. We didn't know what else to do. We grabbed whatever we could, including some blankets, and ran upstairs to the bedroom. We moved a dresser in front of the door. It was ridiculous, I knew, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. It felt like we were being hunted. It felt like we were being watched. And even though we were inside, the outside world still felt so close. I kept hearing things outside. The sound of branches brushing against the walls, the distant howling of wind, the creaking of the house. But it wasn't just the noises. It was the silence, the unnatural stillness that seemed to swallow everything else. We spent the night barricaded in that room. Scout didn't come back. The next morning, after a restless night, we left the cabin as quickly as we could. We didn't even think to say goodbye to our host. We just left, riding away down that trail, the sense of dread still hanging over us like a storm cloud. The whole experience didn't make sense. I still don't know what happened that night, and I don't know if I ever will. But I know this. That photo, that caption, that feeling of being watched, it wasn't something I could explain away. It wasn't just a glitch or a coincidence. It felt real. Too real. And whatever it was, I don't ever want to go back to that cabin again. The morning started out like any other hike. My mate and I, both a bit nervous but excited, had planned a trip to Striding Edge, a sharp glacial arete on Helvellyn in the Lake District. It's one of those hikes you read about in guidebooks, labeled as technical grade 1. Perfect for beginners like us, or so we thought. It was a cloudy mid-morning, but nothing too unusual. The forecast said it'd be overcast with a chance of fog later on, so we packed accordingly. We'd been on some easier trails before, but this was our first hike of any real difficulty, and the adrenaline buzzed through us. We were set to finish by around 3 p.m. at a pub near the end of the route for a pint and some pie. The first part of the climb was straightforward, nothing too taxing. The ground was soft with patches of heather, and we occasionally passed other hikers who waved and exchanged polite greetings. As we ascended, the terrain became steeper, and our nerves began to build as the path narrowed. We were on the edge of something, feeling both the thrill of being so high up and the trepidation of the risk that came with it. The ridge stretched out ahead of us, the rock face sloping sharply downward on both sides. The scramble wasn't difficult, but I could feel my muscles tighten as I focused on each step. It wasn't just the altitude, it was the awareness that a wrong move could send you tumbling, maybe even over the edge. My mate and I kept a steady pace, trying to enjoy the moment, but also knowing the fog could roll in quickly. We'd been warned about it, and I'd read about how the weather could change so fast in the Lake District. 1 minute, you're walking under a pale sky, and the next, everything could vanish into a wall of fog. The fog was the real danger, not the terrain. Visibility dropped so fast, and the route was already treacherous enough when you could see clearly. We reached a particularly narrow part of the ridge around 11 a.m., when the mist began to roll in, thick and fast. The fog was so dense now that it felt as though we were walking in a cloud. You could barely see your own hand in front of your face. We'd been hiking for a while, the exertion leaving our legs sore, but the fog only made it worse. Every step became more careful, more measured, as we tried to stay on the right track. I could hear my mate breathing beside me, his footsteps crunching against the rocks. Then, out of the mist, a figure appeared. A woman, around 35 or so, with a bright red rucksack. She was standing on the narrow section of the path, just a few yards ahead of us. She looked a little lost, her face pale and slightly flushed from exertion. Her hands rested on the rocks, and she was looking down, perhaps trying to judge the next move. I remember her eyes meeting mine, and for a moment, it felt like time slowed. I nodded at her, and we stopped for a moment to catch our breath. We asked if she was okay, and she mentioned that the weather had been shifting, and the fog was starting to make things more difficult. We briefly talked about the route ahead, the section we were about to climb. We pointed out where we'd crossed the dense fog, and said it might get a bit worse the higher we went. She seemed relieved to hear that, and we wished her luck before we moved on. It wasn't much, but for a few minutes, we were the only company she had, and we did our best to offer a bit of reassurance. We pushed on, the fog growing thicker, swallowing everything in its path. At this point, we couldn't see more than a few feet in front of us. We had to stop several times to ensure we were still on the path, making sure to keep a grip on the rocks as we scrambled upwards. The fog was colder now, damp and suffocating. I could feel my heart rate quicken every time the edge of the ridge came into view through the mist. My mind was on high alert, constantly scanning for any signs of danger. I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong, but I pushed it aside. It was probably just the fog messing with my head. Around noon, we finally reached the top of the ridge. The fog was still thick, and we couldn't see anything beyond a few feet, but the summit felt like an accomplishment. We paused for a while, catching our breath, trying to get our bearings. The landscape below us was completely obscured. It felt almost unreal, like we were in a different world, trapped in a cloud. We had no sense of direction anymore, just the feeling of being small, surrounded by nothingness. We took our time at the summit, knowing the hardest part was still ahead of us. After a short break, we decided to head down the other side, towards the pub. The descent was tricky in the fog, and I could feel the fatigue setting in. We carefully made our way down, rock by rock, with every step requiring full focus. I remember looking over my shoulder several times, as if expecting to see the woman from earlier. But she was nowhere in sight. By 2 p.m., we reached the pub at the bottom of the ridge. We were exhausted, but relieved to be off the mountain. The pub had that warm, inviting feel that only a place like this can have: low wooden beams, crackling fire, and the smell of food in the air. We ordered pies and pints, sitting down at a table by the window. The barkeep came over to ask how the hike went. He asked if we'd done Striding Edge, and we confirmed that we had. Then he asked if we'd seen a woman, about 35, with a bright red rucksack. We nodded. We had. We even talked to her for a bit. The barkeep's face changed when we mentioned her. He asked if we had been the last ones to see her, and we confirmed we had been. He seemed to tense up at our response. "Are you sure?" he asked, his voice lower now. We nodded again, unsure of what he meant. He explained that a woman had fallen off the ridge around 11:30 that morning, a tragic accident. She had lost her footing on one of the narrow parts of the trail and tumbled more than 100 feet down. The coroner had stated that we were the last ones to see her alive. He said we were probably the last friendly faces she had seen before her fall. The words hit me like a punch to the gut. The fact that we'd just been there, only hours ago, and now I couldn't stop replaying that moment in my head. I kept thinking about her face when we spoke to her, how brief it had been, how ordinary it felt in the moment. And now, to learn that she was gone, that the last memory she might have had was of two strangers who offered her a few words of encouragement, was chilling. It felt surreal. We sat in silence for a while, each of us processing the information in our own way. The pub seemed quieter now, as if the atmosphere had shifted. The weight of it all settled on me, and the more I thought about it, the more the fog of that day seemed to deepen. I kept imagining her, standing there on the ridge, her red rucksack a stark contrast against the gray mist. What if we hadn't spoken to her? What if we had said more, done more? The barkeep seemed to understand our discomfort. He didn't say much more, just offering a sympathetic nod before walking away. The conversation in the pub shifted to other topics, but my mind couldn't leave the mountain, couldn't shake the image of that woman, her face blurry in the fog. I kept wondering how many people had crossed her path that day, how many other hikers had noticed her, and if any of them had wondered, like I did, whether there was something more they could have done. It wasn't until later, after a few more pints, that the reality of what had happened fully settled in. The fog, the scrambling, the narrow path we had walked. None of it seemed as adventurous now. I couldn't help but think about the dangers of the mountain, how easy it was for someone to slip, to lose their footing on the sharp rocks. It wasn't just about getting lost in the fog. It was about the constant risk that came with being in such an unforgiving place. As we left the pub, I couldn't stop looking up at the ridge, even though it was hidden in the mist. I knew the woman's story would stay with me forever. There was nothing supernatural about it, no ghosts or spirits lurking in the fog, just a tragic accident. But the weight of it, the thought that we had been the last to see her alive, haunted me. The mountain, once a place of excitement and adventure, had become something more dangerous, something less predictable, and far less inviting. I realized, in that moment, how easily things could change, how quickly the world could shift from something beautiful and exciting to something dark and tragic. And it made me wonder how many times I'd brushed past danger without even realizing it. How many times I'd been so focused on the thrill of the adventure that I hadn't paid attention to the risks until it was too late. The next time I go hiking, I'll think about that woman. I'll think about the fog. And I'll think about the last friendly face she saw before her fall. Maybe that's all any of us are in the end. Fleeting moments, faces in the fog, just trying to get by. It was the late 1970s in East Texas, and my mom was just about 18 years old. It was a quiet, small town where everybody knew everybody else, and not much ever happened. At least, that's what she always used to say about it. But this particular night was different. She'd been at a party in the next town over, about 40 minutes away, not a long drive, but far enough to feel like a bit of an adventure. It was the kind of party where everyone hung out, played music, and just enjoyed the freedom that came with being young. She didn't drink much, just a couple of beers. But as the hours dragged on, she knew it was getting late. Maybe too late. Her friends were all either staying over or heading home, and she didn't want to be out there alone much longer. By the time she decided to leave, it was well past midnight. She got in her old car, a a 1960s Ford Mustang, nothing fancy, but it ran well, and started the drive back to her house, which was just on the outskirts of town. It wasn't an uneventful drive, but there was something about that night that felt different. The roads were empty, and the wind had picked up a little, making the trees sway in odd ways. But it wasn't until she hit the highway that the weird feeling really kicked in. She was cruising along the dark stretch of road, the headlights of her car cutting through the night, when she first noticed it, a truck tailgating her. At first, she tried not to think much of it. It was late, after all. Maybe the truck was just another person heading somewhere. But the truck kept getting closer. She could see the headlights in her rearview mirror, so close now that she couldn't make out anything about the vehicle other than the bright lights. She sped up a little, hoping to put some distance between them. But it didn't work. The truck matched her speed, keeping just behind her. Her stomach twisted with unease. There weren't many cars on the road at this hour, especially out here in East Texas where the population was small, and everyone usually knew each other. The feeling in her gut started gnawing at her. Something wasn't right. She took a deep breath and tried to shake off the fear. Maybe he just had somewhere to go. But as she approached her exit off the highway, she noticed that the truck wasn't pulling off behind her. It stayed glued to her rear bumper, following her off the main road and onto the smaller, less traveled streets. Her heart rate picked up. She wasn't far from her house, but she knew this area well, and the thought of driving into a dark, quiet neighborhood with this stranger following her made her skin crawl. She wasn't even sure if she wanted to go home with him tailing her. What if he had bad intentions? What if he was just waiting for the right moment? The car crept along the winding, narrow roads. The truck stayed right behind her, never making a sound, just the faint hum of its engine growing louder as it closed the gap. She couldn't see who was driving it, couldn't make out any details at all, and that uncertainty terrified her. It was about a mile from her house when she knew she couldn't keep driving like this. She didn't want to lead him to her front door, no way. The fear bubbling in her chest only grew stronger. What was he planning to do once they got to her house? Her mind raced with all the worst-case scenarios. What if he was armed? What if he knew her route, her schedule? What if this wasn't just some random person? What if he had been watching her for days? There was no more time to think. She glanced around and saw a secluded pull-off to the side of the road just ahead. Her eyes darted back to the rearview mirror. The truck was still right there, inches away from her bumper. As she turned the wheel to pull over, she felt a sense of relief that she wasn't going to take him home. But the relief was short-lived. The truck didn't pass her. Instead, it slowed and pulled up right behind her, stopping just a few feet away. The engine idled for a moment, and all she could hear was the thudding of her own heartbeat in her ears. The air felt thick with dread. She was stuck now, parked in the dark with a man she didn't know, and he wasn't leaving. 2 or 3 minutes passed. She wasn't sure exactly how long, but it felt like an eternity. The silence in the car was deafening, and the only movement was the faint flickering of the dashboard lights. Her hands were gripped tightly on the steering wheel, and her breath was shallow. She couldn't see anything. The truck's headlights made it impossible to make out anything beyond her own vehicle. But then, she heard the unmistakable sound of a door opening, followed by heavy footsteps crunching on the gravel road. The man was getting out. Her heart lurched in her chest. She turned her head just enough to look in the side mirror. She could make out a figure, tall, broad-shouldered, and he was holding something. It was hard to make out at first, but then the light caught it, and she realized it was a weapon, some kind of sharp object. She couldn't tell if it was a knife or something else, but it was long and pointed, and he was holding it in his hand, walking towards her car with slow, deliberate steps. Her blood ran cold. The man was coming for her. Panic surged through her. She quickly locked the doors, even though she knew it wouldn't make much of a difference if he decided to break a window or pull her out. Her mind was racing now, her fingers trembling as she reached for the gear shift. Her gaze flickered back to the mirror. The man was getting closer. She could see him now, just a few feet from her car. He was looking down at her window as he walked, so close she could almost feel his breath against the glass. She froze, not knowing what to do, but her instincts screamed at her to move. This was it. This was the moment. He was about to reach the door. With every muscle in her body tensed, she slammed her foot down on the gas pedal, the engine roaring to life as she shot forward. Tires screeched against the gravel as she tore down the road, the truck's headlights fading in her rearview mirror. She didn't stop. Not until she reached her house. Not until she was safe inside. her heart still hammering in her chest. When she got home, she called the police. But by the time they arrived, there was no sign of the truck. No evidence, no clues to who it was or what he had been planning. They told her it was probably just some random person, maybe even just a prank. But she didn't believe that. The fear she had felt was real. That night was real. My mom told me this story when I was about 16, and it stuck with me. I could tell it still shook her, even years later. She always told me to be careful when I went out, especially at night. But more than anything, she told me to trust my instincts. That's why she locked the doors and pulled over. That's why she floored it when the man came too close. She handled it better than most people could, and it worked. I was in 3rd grade when Mrs. Todd came into my life. At the time, she felt like the warmest, kindest, most perfect teacher I'd ever known. She was short, maybe around 5 feet, with soft brown hair that she usually tied back in a neat ponytail. Her glasses were always perched just so on her nose, and she had a gentle smile that seemed to put everyone at ease. I was a quiet kid, the kind who would always sit in the back of the class, never causing trouble, always trying to keep my head down. But Mrs. Todd, she always noticed me. She'd call on me to do the fun activities first, make sure I got the most praise for my work, and compliment me on my answers, even if they were just okay. Her constant positivity was like a warm blanket around me, something that made me feel like I was always doing the right thing, always shining just a little bit more than anyone else in class. At the time, I thought she was maybe my favorite person in the world. I told my mom about her often, how nice she was, how she always smiled at me, how she made me feel special. I felt like I had a bond with her that no one else could understand. I had no idea back then how strange the situation was, how much it would haunt me years later. It was a Wednesday when it happened. I walked into the classroom that morning like I did every other day. We were all supposed to gather our things and sit at our desks, preparing for whatever the lesson was going to be. I opened the drawer of my desk to put my books and papers inside, and that's when I saw it. It was a Victoria's Secret magazine. It was just sitting there, folded up and crammed into the corner of the drawer, almost like it had been hidden quickly or carelessly. My heart dropped into my stomach. I froze, staring at it for a moment, wondering what the hell I was supposed to do. Who put it there? How did it get there? I thought about the fact that I would probably get in trouble for it, maybe even sent home. My first instinct was to close the drawer quickly and pretend I never saw it, but before I could do anything, the kid sitting next to me noticed my expression. "What's wrong?" he asked, whispering with a raised eyebrow. I didn't even know how to respond. I shook my head and pointed to the drawer. His eyes followed my finger, and when he saw the magazine, his face lit up with surprise. "Where did that come from?" he asked, his voice barely audible. "I don't know," I whispered back. It was just there when I opened my desk. My mind was racing. What was I supposed to say? I couldn't just tell Mrs. Todd I had found something like that in my desk. What if she thought I was the one who put it there? My heart started pounding. I was starting to panic, but before I could figure out what to do, Mrs. Todd walked over. Her soft footsteps echoed in the classroom as she approached, and I felt a lump form in my throat. "What's going on here?" she asked, her voice calm and warm, but there was something in her tone that made my stomach churn. I quickly pointed at the magazine. I don't know, Mrs. Todd," I said, my voice shaking. "It was in my desk when I sat down this morning." Her expression didn't change. She didn't seem upset, just curious. She looked at the magazine, then at me, and then at the kid sitting next to me. She raised an eyebrow, then smiled slightly, but there was something off about it. "Well," she said, "I think this might have been put here by your friend." She glanced at the kid next to me, then back at me. "You should tell him it's not okay to leave things like this in other people's desks, right?" I felt the heat of embarrassment rise in my chest. I stared at the magazine, trying to make sense of what was happening. It wasn't making sense. Why was she so sure it was him? Why wasn't she even considering the possibility that it was someone else who left it there? But she kept repeating it, over and over again, like a broken record. "It's your friend. He must have put it there." The more she said it, the more I started to believe her, even though I knew deep down it wasn't true. I glanced at the kid sitting next to me, his face a mixture of confusion and guilt. He wasn't saying anything. He just looked at me, his eyes wide, almost like he was waiting for me to say something. I felt a pressure building in my chest, the need to make it stop, to make the situation go away. "Okay," I said quietly, barely able to speak. I guess he could have put it there." Mrs. Todd smiled warmly at me, but the smile felt like a mask. "Good," she said, patting me on the shoulder. "That's a good choice. It's important to be honest, don't you think?" I nodded, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. The rest of the day passed in a blur. My head was spinning with confusion and guilt. Why did Mrs. Todd insist on blaming the other kid? I couldn't stop thinking about it. I felt like I had made a mistake, but I didn't know how to fix it. A few days later, Mrs. Todd approached me after class. She smiled, her eyes bright with excitement. "Hey, I have a special opportunity for you," she said, leaning down a little to look me in the eye. "If you keep doing well in class, there's going to be a special field trip just for you. It'll be just me and you, and we'll go to the Gulf of Mexico for the weekend. Doesn't that sound exciting?" I was speechless for a moment. My mind couldn't process what she was saying. I was just a third grader. The idea of going on a trip with just Mrs. Todd, someone I had come to think of as my favorite teacher, seemed unreal. But at the same time, something inside me felt uneasy. It was like a little voice in the back of my head was telling me that this wasn't normal, that something about this offer was strange. But I didn't know how to explain why I felt that way. "I would love that," I said, my voice barely more than a whisper. She smiled even more brightly, her eyes twinkling. "Good. I'm glad. Just keep up the good work, and we'll make it happen." But then things changed. One day, Mrs. Todd wasn't there. We were all confused when a new teacher walked into the room. She was tall, strict, and had a very different energy about her. She didn't smile as much, didn't make the effort to connect with us the way Mrs. Todd had. And worst of all, she didn't seem to like me as much. I could feel it in the way she looked at me, in the way she spoke to me. She didn't praise me when I answered questions, didn't give me that extra attention that I had become used to. I remember feeling heartbroken, like someone had ripped a part of my world away. Mrs. Todd was gone, replaced by this new teacher, and everything seemed off. I couldn't stop thinking about her, about the trip we were supposed to take, about the way she had looked at me that day after the magazine incident. It was like I had lost a piece of myself. Years went by, and the memory of Mrs. Todd faded, but I never forgot the feeling that had lingered in my chest. The way she had acted, the way she had manipulated me into believing something that wasn't true. I didn't understand it then, but as I grew older, I started to piece together the strange puzzle of my childhood. Mrs. Todd wasn't just a kind teacher. She was someone who had made me feel special, only to use that trust for something darker. What scared me the most was how easily I had let myself be manipulated. How easily I had been made to believe that the strange field trip was a reward for good behavior. When now, looking back, it seemed like it had been a way for her to control me, to keep me close in ways that weren't appropriate. I never did go on that trip. I don't even know if it was ever really a possibility. All I know is that Mrs. Todd disappeared from my life as suddenly as she had entered it, and I was left with a feeling of unease that I couldn't shake. As an adult now, I think back on that time and shudder. I wonder how many other kids had similar experiences with her, how many others she had manipulated. I can't ever fully understand what was going on in her mind, but I know one thing for sure. I was just a kid, and I didn't deserve to be part of whatever twisted situation she had been orchestrating. It still scares me to think about it, and I sometimes wonder if I ever really understood just how messed up that whole situation was. I've never quite had an experience that made me question my own sanity like that day. I live in a small town on the high plains, nothing fancy. It's one of those places where everyone knows each other, and the air always smells like dust and the occasional rainstorm. People think it's out in the middle of nowhere, but there are still a couple thousand people around. Still, it's small enough that you don't see too many strangers. And I live right smack in town, just a few blocks from the main street. You wouldn't think much could happen here, but then again, you'd be wrong. I remember it was a quiet afternoon. The sun was shining, and it was warm in that dry, dusty way that makes everything look a little hazy. I was at home by myself. My parents were out running errands, and I'd been sitting on the couch, flicking through some channels on the TV, not really paying attention to anything. It was one of those days where I didn't feel like doing much. Now, if you're familiar with small-town life, you'll know how peaceful it can be. I've grown used to the little noises, birds chirping, wind blowing through the trees, the faint hum of distant traffic. But then I heard it. That unmistakable sound. My dog, Daisy, shooting out the screen door. It was a loud thwack as the door hit the frame, followed by her bark, sharp, high-pitched, and frantic. Daisy's a pretty small dog, but she's got a lot of energy and tends to go a little overboard on things. And there's this one squirrel that's her arch nemesis. I've never seen a dog more obsessed with a critter. She'd chase it up the tree in our backyard every chance she got. I could hear her barking out there, and I figured, great, she's going after that stupid squirrel again. But as I started heading out the door to bring her back inside, something about the way she was barking seemed off. It wasn't the usual excited, "I'm going to catch you" bark. It was more desperate, more urgent. So I threw on my shoes and walked outside, figuring I'd better get her before she caused some sort of chaos. When I stepped out, I saw her at the base of the big cottonwood tree in the backyard, barking furiously. But when I looked up to see the squirrel, that's when it hit me. This wasn't the squirrel she was after. There, about 15 feet up in the tree, was a bear. Not some far-off figure I could dismiss, but a big, dark shape, with its back pressed against the trunk, trying to find its way up higher. I froze for a second, staring up at the animal. It was huge, its fur matted and rough-looking in the sunlight. My heart was racing, and for a second, I thought I was seeing things. I looked down at Daisy, who was still barking like crazy. I don't know what she thought she was going to do, but she didn't seem fazed by the fact that she was barking at a bear. I mean, this wasn't a little black bear, either. This was a decent-sized adult bear, probably about 200 or 300 pounds of fur and muscle, and here my dog was acting like she was going to chase it down. I could already see how this was going to go badly. I had to act fast. I didn't want Daisy to get herself hurt, and I definitely didn't want to get anywhere near that bear. I slowly crept forward, moving cautiously so I wouldn't spook the bear. My first priority was getting Daisy back inside. She wasn't listening to me at all, of course. I had to be slow and careful. The last thing I wanted was for that bear to feel threatened and take off in a panic. So, I got as close as I could without disturbing the situation too much, just hoping I could grab Daisy by the collar before the bear noticed me. I reached out for her, barely a foot away from the base of the tree and the edge of the frantic dog. But of course, that's when everything went sideways. The bear must have gotten spooked. It didn't climb higher, it just turned and jumped down, straight from the tree. And it was coming down fast, closer than I thought it would. The bear almost landed on top of me. I could feel the rush of air from its fur as it came down, and I swear, I could almost feel the weight of it as it landed just a few feet from me. My heart shot up into my throat as I barely dodged to the side. I stumbled back, trying to get out of its way, and I was just waiting for it to turn on me. But it didn't. It bolted, scrambling away from the tree, clearly just trying to get away from the scene. Daisy, of course, wasn't letting up. She had gone full beast mode, chasing after the bear with all her might. I could barely process what was happening. My dog, a tiny thing by comparison, was chasing down a bear, and I was now in the middle of this chaotic mess. The bear was faster than I expected, but Daisy wasn't giving up. She was still barking like she was on some sort of mission to take down the bear, and it was starting to panic, running toward the back fence of our yard. But here's the thing about our backyard. It wasn't completely fenced in at the time. It was about 90% done. We were going to finish the last part that afternoon, so the bear was trapped in there, running in circles around the yard. I could see it getting more frantic, trying to find a way out, but all the exits were blocked, and it kept running into the fence. I started yelling, screaming at Daisy to get back, but she was too far gone in her chase to listen to me. I could feel panic bubbling up inside me. What if the bear got cornered? What if it turned on my dog? The bear was scared, and I could tell it didn't want to fight, but it was still big and powerful. All I could think about was what would happen if Daisy kept pushing it too hard and got too close. Those paws could do some serious damage. The bear was now running back and forth, the sound of its paws thudding against the dirt echoing in the air. And my dog was still there, barking and running after it like she was the one in charge. I sprinted across the yard, trying to get close enough to grab Daisy. My heart was pounding, and I could hear the bear snorting and huffing as it ran. Every second felt like it was dragging on forever. The bear was obviously just trying to get out of the yard, but it kept running in circles, its eyes wild with fear. Daisy was getting closer to it, still barking like she was trying to take it down, but I knew the bear was starting to tire. It had to. It was frantic, but it was running in a circle, trying to find an opening, and there was none. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I was able to get close enough. I reached for Daisy, grabbed her by the collar, and pulled her away from the bear. I yanked her toward the gap in the fence, the part that wasn't fully built yet. It was a tight squeeze, but I managed to shove Daisy through the opening while I watched the bear turn and run off, finally escaping through the gap in the fence. It wasn't until the bear had disappeared into the trees that I really let out the breath I'd been holding. I was shaking all over, my hands still gripping Daisy's collar like I was afraid she'd run back into the danger. I could hear the sound of cars outside. People had pulled over to watch. I hadn't even noticed how many people were out there, but I looked up and saw trucks parked along the road, with neighbors standing in their yards, pointing and talking, probably all watching me chase a bear out of my backyard. I felt my heart slowly start to slow down as the reality of what just happened started to sink in. I looked down at Daisy, who was now sitting at my feet, still panting and wagging her tail like she had just won some sort of battle. She didn't know how close we had come to disaster, but I did. I looked around at the people watching, and for a second, I felt a bit embarrassed. But then I realized something. None of them would believe me if I told them what had just happened. A bear in the middle of town, in someone's backyard, being chased by a dog. It was something out of a strange, surreal movie, not real life. But it had happened, and I was grateful. Grateful that Daisy was safe. Grateful that the bear hadn't turned aggressive. And grateful that I hadn't had to face a very different, much worse outcome. The rest of the day was a blur. My parents came home to me pacing around the yard, trying to calm down, and I told them what had happened. They didn't believe me at first. I don't think anyone would have, but when they saw the bear tracks by the fence, they started to get it. I guess I'll never forget the look on the neighbors' faces when they saw the bear running away, though. It was a crazy, surreal experience that, even now, I'm not sure I fully understand. It could have been so much worse, and I'm just glad I didn't lose Daisy, or worse, have something happen to me. So yeah, that day was something I'll never forget. And if anyone ever tries to tell me that nothing ever happens in small towns, I'll have a story to tell them. Something I'll never live down, but one I'm damn glad I lived through. I grew up down a long dirt road in rural Alabama. The land my family owns stretches out for miles, with woods and fields that seem to go on forever. My memories of growing up there are a mix of peacefulness and isolation. You can hear the wind through the trees, the chirping of birds in the morning, and the occasional sound of a tractor far off in the distance. There's a quiet beauty to it that I miss sometimes, but as I got older, I found myself more drawn to the hustle and bustle of modern life. I'm a gamer now, so high-speed internet has become more important than the silence of the woods. Still, that place, with its wide open spaces and old creaking house, holds a special place in my heart. It was when I was about 12 years old that my best friend and I decided to finally go camping by ourselves. We were ready to prove we could handle it. Our spot wasn't too far from the house, maybe 500 or 600 yards, but it was far enough that it felt like we were truly out in the wild. The land was a mixture of open fields and thick woods, with a small creek running through it. That night, we picked a spot in the field, right at the edge where the woods started. The plan was simple. We'd set up a tent, make a fire, and eat a bunch of junk food while pretending to be all grown up. It seemed like a perfect, carefree night. We set up our tent in the fading light of the afternoon and started a small fire. We didn't have much, just a few bags of chips, candy, and a couple of cans of soda. Nothing fancy, but that didn't matter. It was just the two of us, hanging out, trying to act tough. The sky was clear, and the air had that crispness that comes with early winter. The bugs had mostly gone for the season, so there wasn't much noise except for the crackling of the fire and the occasional gust of wind that rustled through the few remaining dead leaves in the trees. For the most part, it was peaceful, almost too peaceful. As the night wore on, we both just sat there, staring into the fire. It was around 10 or 11, and the world had quieted down even more. I remember the silence felt almost unnatural, like the whole woods had held its breath. It was then that we heard it. At first, I wasn't sure if it was my mind playing tricks on me, but it came again, a piercing scream, like nothing I'd ever heard before. It cut through the night, high-pitched and raw, full of fear or pain. The sound was so unlike anything in the woods that it sent a chill down my spine. My friend and I both froze, staring at each other. We didn't need to say anything. The look on both of our faces told it all. We both wanted to run, but we were determined not to be scared. We were tough kids after all. So, we decided to stay put, thinking we could handle whatever it was. We zipped up the tent and locked ourselves in, both of us silently agreeing that we weren't leaving until morning. Neither of us had any idea what had made that scream, but we knew one thing for sure. We weren't going to find out by going outside. It didn't take long for my friend to fall asleep. He was always the kind of person who could sleep anywhere, no matter what. But I wasn't so lucky. I lay there in the dark, staring at the inside of the tent, my heart pounding in my chest. Every tiny noise made me jump, every rustle of fabric, every creak of the tent poles. I kept my eyes on the tiny sliver of light coming through the fabric, the dim glow of the fire just visible through the seams. I was so scared, but I didn't want to admit it. I wanted to be brave. I wanted to make it through the night without being a coward. Then it happened. The fire, it went out, or at least it seemed like it did. For a split second, I thought the flames had died completely. The light flickered, then disappeared, but just as quickly it returned. And that's when I realized something had moved between the fire and the tent. I couldn't see what it was, but I could feel it. There was something out there, close enough that it had blocked the light from the fire for a moment. My breath caught in my throat. I stayed completely still, not making a sound, too scared to even breathe. I don't know how long I lay there, covered up in my sleeping bag, my heart racing. Every muscle in my body was tense, waiting for something, anything, to happen. But it didn't. There was no sound of footsteps, no rustling of the leaves, no movement outside the tent. It was as if whatever had passed by was still there, just waiting. 30 minutes went by. I was starting to sweat under the covers, my skin sticking to the fabric of the sleeping bag. I needed to breathe, but I was too afraid to uncover myself. What if it was still out there? What if it was watching me? I couldn't stop thinking about that scream. It still echoed in my mind, sending waves of fear through me. Finally, after what felt like hours, I couldn't stand it anymore. I slowly pulled the sleeping bag off my head, letting the cool air hit my face. I opened my eyes and saw the faint glow of the fire, still barely alive, but enough to cast light through the thin fabric of the tent. But there was nothing else. No movement, no sound. The world outside was as quiet as it had been when we first set up the camp. I laid there for another hour, trying to force myself to sleep. But sleep wouldn't come. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw flashes of that scream, that sound that didn't belong in the woods. I kept my eyes on the glow of the fire, praying that the morning would come soon. And eventually it did. The first light of dawn crept through the trees, filtering through the leaves and casting long shadows across the ground. My friend was already up, standing outside the tent and stretching. He didn't seem to be bothered at all, like the night had been just another regular camping trip. I didn't know if I was relieved or frustrated. I didn't want to be the one to act scared, but I knew something had happened. Something was out there. I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. We talked about the scream as we packed up our gear, both of us trying to make sense of it. I told him what I had seen, that something had moved between the fire and the tent, but he didn't seem to take it as seriously as I did. We looked around the campsite for any signs that something had been there, but there was nothing. No tracks, no disturbed ground, no sign of anything at all. It was like the woods had swallowed whatever had happened and left no trace. It wasn't until years later, after a few more people in the area reported strange sightings and sounds in the woods, that I found out what we had heard that night. A panther. They're rare in Alabama, but they do exist. Some people had heard the same screams in the woods, and after doing some research, we learned that panthers are known to make terrifying, high-pitched screams, especially when they're agitated or hunting. The noise we had heard was a warning, a territorial call. It wasn't meant for us, but it certainly felt like it was. I don't know why that particular night stands out so much in my memory. I've been camping countless times since then, and I've heard plenty of animal calls and strange noises in the woods. But nothing, not even the sound of a coyote howling or an owl hooting in the dark, has ever made my blood run as cold as that scream did. Maybe it was because we were so young and unprepared, or maybe it was just the rawness of the sound that made it so terrifying. Either way, that night in the woods changed something in me. It made me realize how fragile our sense of safety really is out there. In the woods, there are things that don't care about us, things that are just trying to survive, and we're just visitors in their world. I'll never forget that scream, and I'll never forget how close I came to running back to the house that night. But we stayed. We braved it out. And I think that's the part that sticks with me the most. The fact that we stayed, even though we were scared out of our minds. We didn't let it win. But I'll tell you one thing for sure. I never camped that close to the woods again. Not after that night. I used to work the overnight shift in an office building from 12 a.m. to 8 a.m. It wasn't the most exciting job, but it paid the bills, and I was left alone for most of my shift, which suited me just fine. The building itself wasn't all that bad either. It was tall, standing at 14 stories, and for most of the night, there were only a handful of people on the floors. The upper floors were quiet, except for the occasional sound of someone's office door opening, or the hum of a vending machine in the distance. On my breaks, I would sometimes take a nap. Now, most people would just grab something to eat or scroll through their phones, but I'd found a perfect spot to sleep in peace. I worked on the 14th floor, but I would often sneak down to the second floor during my breaks. No one ever went down there. It was silent, empty, and perfect for getting some rest. The only noise that broke the stillness was the occasional street sounds from below, but even that was muffled. In the winter, they'd turn off the heating on the lower floors to save energy, so it would get really cold down there. I didn't mind. In fact, it made it ideal for napping. I'd wrap myself in my coat and fall asleep in the quiet cold. There were motion sensor lights along the hallway, so they'd flick on as I walked down. But once I settled into my spot, it was completely dark, except for the lights that flickered on and off every few minutes. The hallway was long, extending around the building, and was once used as a waiting area for people waiting to get into conference rooms. There were comfortable chairs set up along the walls, and if you pushed a few together, they made a nice bed. I always chose a spot behind one of the pillars. It gave me some privacy. The only drawback was the lights in that section of the hall were wired backward. They were on all the time until you walked into the area, and then they turned off. It wasn't a big deal. I'd cover my eyes with my coat or hands, and by the time the light came back on, I'd usually be fast asleep. It was one of those nights, around 3:30 a.m., when I went down there to sleep. I wasn't feeling particularly tired, but the silence of the empty office floor was tempting. The hall was cold, and I was ready for a few hours of rest. I pushed the chairs together and lay down, getting as comfortable as I could. Almost immediately, I heard something. Footsteps. The sound echoed in the hall, getting closer. At first, I thought it was just a janitor or someone else finishing up their shift. It was around the time when people would be wrapping up for the night. Along with the footsteps, I could hear keys jingling, like a janitor carrying a set of keys, ready to lock up. I didn't move, hoping to avoid being noticed. I figured they'd pass by, see my badge, and know I was just an employee taking a nap. It wasn't unusual, but as the footsteps got closer, something felt off. The keys jingled louder, the sound growing closer and louder. Any second now, the person would pass by, and I could just relax. But as the footsteps rounded the corner, they stopped. The keys continued jingling, but they didn't get any closer. They just stopped. It was as though the person had turned the corner and was now standing still, marching in place. I froze. The silence around me was unnerving. I waited for them to continue walking past me, but the footsteps stayed in the same spot, still marching in place. I didn't want to look. I didn't want to get caught or make a scene. I stayed as still as possible, hoping they'd move on. But the footsteps didn't stop. It had been minutes now, or maybe it had only been seconds. Time had started to slow down, and I felt a knot of unease forming in my stomach. What was going on? Why wasn't this person moving? Maybe they were messing with me, intentionally trying to wake me up. Or perhaps they were just waiting for me to react. I didn't know what to think, but the noise, it was maddening. The jingling keys, the sound of someone pacing in place, and the silence pressing in on me from every side. Eventually, I decided to peek. I was already in a bad position, so I might as well see what was happening. I tried to lift my head, but nothing happened. My neck wouldn't move. I could feel my pulse pounding in my ears, and my chest felt heavy as if something was pressing down on it. I struggled harder, my body feeling as though it was made of stone. Slowly, I managed to turn my body, forcing myself to roll over onto my back. But still, my arms and legs wouldn't obey. I couldn't open my eyes more than a slit, just enough to let in a sliver of light. The sounds of the footsteps and jingling keys kept growing louder, like they were getting closer, but I couldn't move. The cold air bit at my skin, but I couldn't even shiver. I was completely frozen. And then, just as I thought I was going to lose my mind, the lights clicked off. The sudden darkness felt oppressive, and the footsteps, those damn footsteps, they started moving toward me. The keys jingled as the person, whoever they were, approached. It was as if they were walking directly toward me. I tried to scream, but no sound came out. I tried to push myself up, but I was pinned to the floor, unable to move. Then suddenly I felt it. A weight. It wasn't just in my mind. It was real. A heavy, oppressive weight pressed down on my chest. The keys jangled above me, and I could feel two large hands holding me down, as if someone had climbed on top of me. I could feel the pressure against my chest, my ribs feeling like they were going to crack under the force. I was paralyzed. I couldn't speak. I couldn't even breathe properly. The weight on me seemed to increase, and I began to panic. I could feel the cold air on my skin, but it didn't matter. Nothing mattered anymore. I was trapped. I couldn't escape. It felt like hours, but it was probably only a minute or two. The weight on my chest lifted suddenly. The pressure was gone. My eyes snapped open, and I was laying on the floor, just as I had been before. The lights flickered back on, casting harsh light across the hallway. My heart pounded in my chest, and I gasped for breath. The hallway was empty. The footsteps and the keys were gone. There was no one there. But something was wrong. The chairs, the ones I'd carefully pushed together behind the pillar, were no longer in place. They had been moved, pushed away from the corner, into the middle of the hallway. The lights were still on, and the area around me felt off. I could hear a low hum in the background, like the sound of electrical equipment buzzing in the distance. My mind raced as I slowly sat up, looking around. I had been sleeping in the middle of the hall. The chairs weren't where I left them, and there was no explanation for it. I stood up shakily, my knees weak, and quickly gathered my things. As I picked up my jacket, the faint hum grew louder in my ears, and I felt dizzy, as if the world around me wasn't real. I pulled my jacket tightly around me, trying to wipe the sweat from my face, and when I looked back down, I was in the exact spot I had originally been lying. I don't know how it happened, but I was back behind the pillar, exactly where I started. The humming had stopped, and the lights were bright above me. I didn't stay long enough to figure out what had happened. I grabbed my things and made my way back upstairs to my office. I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I told myself it was just sleep paralysis or some strange combination of tiredness and overactive imagination. After all, I had experienced sleep paralysis before, especially as a side effect of some medication I'd been taking. I rationalized it away. There was no reason to believe anything supernatural had occurred. A few weeks later, I was telling a co-worker about my experience, expecting him to laugh it off. But instead, he looked at me seriously and told me a story about the building. Apparently, a worker who helped build the office had killed himself during construction, and there were rumors that people had seen his ghost walking around the empty rooms late at night. At first, I dismissed it as nonsense, but then he mentioned something that made my stomach drop. People say they've heard keys jingling and everything, he said. Morons. I didn't want to believe it, but the memory of that night, the footsteps, the weight on my chest, the lights turning off, there was something about it that felt wrong. The thought lingered in my mind for a long time. Maybe I had just imagined it. Maybe it was a bad dream or a freak accident of the mind. But the unsettling feeling never fully left me. I'm still not sure what happened that night, but I'll never forget it. I grew up in a small, quiet house at the edge of a sleepy town. It wasn't a grand place, but it was where I spent my childhood. Most kids had a sense of independence by the time they were teens, but for me, that was something I'd never known. From the moment I could walk, my mother and grandmother made it clear that the world outside was dangerous. I never had the chance to play outside with other children, visit friends, or go to family gatherings. If I tried to, they always found a reason to stop me. It wasn't just the usual rules. It felt like an obsession, an iron grip on my life that never loosened. I remember looking out the window of our small house, seeing other kids ride their bikes down the street or walk to the store. I would watch them, wondering what it felt like to be free, to just go where you wanted, when you wanted. But that was never going to be my life. I had to stay inside, and it felt like every minute I spent in that house, I was losing something vital, something everyone else had. By the time I was 19, I had never been to a real job interview, never cooked a meal on my own, and never even been allowed to walk down to the corner store by myself. My mother was my world, Every decision was made by her. She would tell me that I didn't need to work because I had everything I could ever need right there with her. She insisted that money was unnecessary. She controlled every penny, and if I ever tried to save any for myself, she would find it and take it. I felt like a prisoner in my own home, and I began to realize that I had to get out. I had to find a way to leave, to live for myself, but I knew that trying to leave would be difficult, impossible even. My mother's watchful eyes were everywhere. She had always been protective, but it wasn't just protection, it was control. The kind of control that suffocates. I spent months quietly saving whatever I could. Laundry money, spare change, the few bills I managed to swipe from the couch cushions when she wasn't around. I had to keep it hidden in places she wouldn't find, behind books on a shelf, in the back of old photo albums, tucked under the floorboards in my room. I couldn't trust anyone. My mother had a way of making sure that any attempt to escape would fail. I knew she would come after me, but I was determined. Eventually, I had saved up enough for a bus ticket. My heart pounded in my chest when I realized that I could leave, that I could finally escape this prison she'd created for me. The day I packed my bags, my hands shook. I knew I had to act quickly. I threw a few clothes into a bag, grabbed the money I had saved, and made my way to the bus station. I couldn't tell anyone where I was going. I had no friends who would help me. My family would never understand. They had all been trained to see me as the problem, as someone who needed fixing, not someone who just needed freedom. But as I stepped out the door and onto the street, I was caught. My mother and grandmother were standing there, waiting for me. They had always been one step ahead of me. My mother's face was twisted with rage. Before I could even make a move, she tackled me to the ground. It all happened so quickly, her hands gripping my arms, pulling me back into the house. I fought with everything I had, but she was stronger. She screamed at me, called me names, and said that I would never leave her. My grandmother was right behind her, helping to drag me back inside. When I finally managed to break free of their grasp, my mother did something that shattered any hope I had left. She took my phone. She reported it stolen so that I couldn't use it to call anyone for help. She even slept beside my bed that night, making sure I couldn't leave, keeping an eye on me like I was a criminal. I had no way of reaching the outside world, no way to communicate with anyone who might help me. I tried to run again a few weeks later, this time planning my escape better. I had a bus ticket ready and everything, but my mother was relentless. She had a plan of her own. She convinced one of my cousins to help. The cousin told me she wanted to talk to me, to help me understand why I couldn't leave. She promised that everything would be okay, that we would work this out together. I wasn't fooled. I knew what was happening. I tried to resist, but before I could, she shut the car door on me. The child safety lock clicked into place, trapping me in the car. It was a one-way ticket home. They drove me back, and I felt like I was in a nightmare that wouldn't end. I was trapped, stuck with them in that suffocating house. The isolation was worse than before. I couldn't leave the house, and I couldn't talk to anyone. My relatives helped too, parking their cars in the driveway to keep me from sneaking away. It was like a prison, but it wasn't made of bars. It was made of fear, guilt, and manipulation. Months passed, and I felt the walls closing in. I had nowhere to turn, no way out. I couldn't even make a phone call, couldn't even text anyone for help. I had been erased from the world outside. Then one day, my mother took me to a church meeting. She said I needed help, that something was wrong with me. It wasn't a normal church meeting, it was a holiness service. The kind where people scream, where the demons are blessed out of you. My mother told them I was possessed, that I needed to be fixed. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know how to explain to anyone what was happening to me. The service lasted for 3 hours. For 3 hours, they prayed over me, screamed at me, forced me to kneel and repent. My heart pounded in my chest the whole time, and I was filled with a mixture of fear and exhaustion. When it finally ended, I felt nothing but drained. I thought that would be the worst part, but it wasn't. I waited for a chance to get away again, but every time I thought I had a plan, something would go wrong. My mother would catch on, or my grandmother would block me. Then one day, my mother pulled another trick. She had a relative, someone I had always trusted, convince me to go for a drive. They told me they wanted to help me, to talk to me about my future. But when I got in the car, I realized too late that I had been tricked again. The child safety lock clicked into place, and I knew I was going back. There was no escape this time. They kept me isolated for another year. The years blurred together in that suffocating house. I was stuck in a cycle I couldn't break. My hope was shattered, and I didn't know how much longer I could endure. But somehow deep down, I refused to give up. I held on to that small, quiet hope that one day I would find a way out. I didn't know how, but I knew I couldn't let them win. Eventually, the year came to an end, and things changed. It wasn't dramatic or sudden, but I found an opening, a crack in the wall. I finally managed to connect with someone from the outside, a friend who had heard about my situation and wanted to help. With their help, I began to piece together a way out. It wasn't easy, but I finally had the courage to leave. When I walked out of that house for the last time, I didn't look back. It was the hardest thing I had ever done, but it was also the most freeing. I was free, finally free. I didn't know what the future held, but I was ready to take it on. I had spent so long living under their control that I didn't know who I was anymore, but I was going to find out. I was going to build a life for myself. It wasn't going to be easy, but I was free, and that was all that mattered. My story didn't end with that escape. It's still unfolding. Every day is a step forward, and every step I take is a reminder that I have the power to choose my own path. I will never forget those years of captivity, but I will not let them define me. I am stronger now, and I know that no matter what comes next, I will be okay. Because now, for the first time in my life, I am in control of my own destiny. It was one of those nights when you don't really know what you're doing, but you're out there doing it anyway. You know the kind, the nights where you get into something because it seems like a good idea at the time, and everyone else is on board, so you just go with it. For me and my friends, this kind of reckless, spontaneous night was a regular thing back in high school and college. We were all about Weird NJ, a collection of strange, mysterious places that existed somewhere in the in-between of the ordinary and the eerie. We would drive out into the middle of nowhere to abandoned factories, creepy forests, and anything that felt like it could be part of a ghost story. Sometimes it was just a rundown building or a spot where something weird supposedly happened, but there was always that underlying question of whether you'd see something or experience something that you couldn't explain. One night, we decided to head out to an abandoned oil refinery. I can't even remember exactly who came up with the idea, but it didn't matter. Once the idea was on the table, we all just went with it. It was around midnight when we showed up, and the day had been rainy, like a solid downpour that didn't really seem to stop. The ground was soaked, and in some places there was flash flooding. That only added to the whole vibe of it all. Of course, it was dark by this point, and when we turned off the main road onto the narrow, gravel path leading up to the refinery, everything felt even more sinister. The trees were all wet and heavy with the rain, their branches swaying in the wind like they were trying to pull us in. The refinery itself loomed in the distance, a hulking mass of rust and metal. The sight of it, even in the faint light of our headlights, gave me this uneasy feeling, like it was watching us, waiting for us to come closer. But we were used to this sort of thing. We were there to check it out, get the adrenaline rush, snap a few pictures, and share a few laughs. Nothing more. Nothing crazy. At least, that's what we told ourselves. As we got closer, I noticed something odd. There was a massive puddle on the ground, almost like a small lake had formed in the middle of the road. It stretched wide across the gravel path, blocking the way. It looked deep, too, deeper than anything I'd want to drive through, especially in my small sedan. I slowed down, wondering if my friend in the Blazer would attempt it first. He was the one driving ahead of me, and sure enough, he didn't hesitate. He hit the gas and charged straight into the water, his tires splashing loudly as he powered through. I could hear the engine growling as he struggled to make it, the water reaching up to the wheel wells, almost completely covering his tires. The sound of the tires in the water was deafening, like it was trying to swallow the vehicle whole. "Come on, man. Don't be a pussy. Just floor it," came the call from the passenger side of his Blazer. I looked at the water, then back at my friends, who were already laughing and egging me on. I had no choice, really. I didn't want to be the one who chickened out. So I put the car in reverse and gave it some gas, speeding back a few feet before slamming my foot down on the accelerator. I didn't know if my little car would make it. The tires screamed as they cut through the water, the engine revving higher, trying to push through the thick liquid. The car lurched forward, and for a second, I thought I was done for. But somehow, against all odds, I made it through. I couldn't believe it. I got through the water. I parked right next to my buddy's Blazer, and we all piled out. Everyone was talking at once, laughing and making fun of each other, all the while looking around the abandoned refinery. The place was silent, except for the occasional gust of wind rustling the nearby trees. We spent the next hour poking around the area, peeking into broken windows, taking pictures of old machinery, and just soaking in the atmosphere. It was exactly what we came for, a mix of eerie and fascinating, with just enough fear to make it exciting. But even though we were in the middle of nowhere, there was something that didn't feel right. Something was off about the whole situation, like we were being watched. But it wasn't enough to make anyone leave. Eventually, the time came for us to head back. We started walking back to our cars, ready to head home and call it a night. But when we got to where we had parked, something was seriously wrong. Both of our cars were facing the wrong direction. My sedan was pointed away from the building, and my friend's Blazer was facing the opposite way from where we had left it. What the hell? Everyone stood there for a moment, staring at the cars, trying to figure out how that had happened. My keys were still in my pocket. There were no spare keys anywhere. Nobody had moved the cars. But there they were, facing the wrong direction, like someone had come in, gotten into the cars, and turned them around without anyone noticing. At that moment, a chill ran down my spine. I couldn't explain it. We'd been standing around, looking at the refinery, but none of us had been anywhere near the cars. And the weirdest thing? The water that had been covering the road was gone. Just gone. Not a trace of it. The ground was dry, the puddles completely vanished like they'd never been there. How could that be possible? I don't even know why, but that was the part that bothered me the most. It was like the world had just reset itself in the time we'd been away from the cars. We all got back in the vehicles, a little quieter now, trying to make sense of what had just happened. I kept looking at the rearview mirror as we pulled away, expecting something to be behind us, watching us drive off. But there was nothing there, just the dark road stretching out ahead of us. The whole drive back, we didn't say much. Everyone was too focused on what we'd just experienced. When we got home, I could barely sleep. I kept running through the events in my head, trying to come up with a logical explanation. But there wasn't one. Our cars had been turned around, the water had vanished, and we hadn't heard or seen anything that could explain how it all happened. We still talk about it now, years later, and no one has ever been able to figure out what exactly happened that night. We don't talk about it too often, though. It's one of those things that's easier to leave unexplained, to just chalk up to a weird coincidence or something we can't quite grasp. But whenever we drive out that way again, there's this sense of unease. We never go back to that refinery, and honestly, I don't think I ever want to. Sometimes I'll be driving through the countryside, and I'll see a puddle or a deep pool of water, and I can't help but remember that night. I don't know what happened, but something changed that night. Something that none of us can explain, and maybe it's better that way. I'm not sure what I saw or felt that night. It's been years, but the memory of it hasn't faded. The cars, the water, the weird shift in reality, it's all still there. And I can't help but think that whatever it was, it's still out there, waiting for someone else to come along and ask the wrong questions. I remember the day my cat had to be put down like it was yesterday. He was a big, fat, black cat, and honestly, there was no other animal in my life who was as loving as he was. His name was Sabbath, but we just called him Sabby most of the time. He wasn't a typical cat. He was more like a dog in the way he followed me around, sat next to me while I did homework, and always found a way to be near me. He was part of my childhood in a way I didn't fully realize at the time. When I was younger, I'd constantly harass him, pulling at his tail, tossing him little bits of food to get him to play, and he would never scratch me or bite me. Not once. He would just put up with it, purring and rubbing against me, even when I didn't deserve it. I didn't understand how special that was, how much patience he had, but looking back, I see it now. When I was around 10, Sabbath started getting sick. He had always been a chunky cat, but suddenly, he seemed sluggish and off. My mom, ever the responsible one, took him to the vet, and we found out that he was severely diabetic. The vet told us that without constant medication and careful monitoring, he wasn't going to make it much longer. But here's the thing, my mom wasn't exactly well off. We were scraping by, and the cost of the insulin shots and the constant vet visits would have put us in an even worse financial position. My mom did what she thought was best, and we made the decision to put him down. I was devastated, but I didn't know how to say goodbye. I was too afraid to be there with him at the end. I cried, of course, but I don't think I really understood the gravity of it. All I knew was that I wasn't ready to lose him, and I couldn't stand the thought of being the one to say the final goodbye. So, I wasn't there. I'll always regret that. Sabbath's death hit me hard. For weeks, maybe months, I felt this emptiness, this absence where his warmth used to be, where I could always count on him curling up next to me at night. I don't even know how to explain it. There was just a hole in my chest. I didn't want to admit it, but that cat had been my best friend. And then he was gone. It was sometime after that, maybe weeks or even months, when something happened that I can't quite explain. I had just been lying on my bed one afternoon, playing video games or watching TV, something simple. It was late afternoon, the kind of time when the sunlight starts to fade, but it's not quite dark yet. The house was quiet, which was unusual in its own way. It was a stillness that felt off. That's when I noticed it. I had one of those little laser pointer things sitting on my computer desk. It was new, just something I'd gotten as a novelty, and I would occasionally use it to mess around with Sabbath, pointing the red dot on the floor and watching him chase it like a maniac. He loved it. But that day, it was just sitting there on my desk, not being used. I wasn't even thinking about it when I noticed something strange. The laser pointer flickered on and off, all on its own. At first, I thought it was just some weird malfunction. Maybe it was the batteries or the light or something. But when I didn't touch it and just watched it, I saw the light flicker again. It wasn't just random flickers either. It seemed purposeful, almost like it was following a pattern. On off, on off. It wasn't the usual erratic flashing I would expect from a broken toy. It was controlled, rhythmic, like someone was pressing the button. I remember sitting up, feeling a little uneasy. I stared at it for a while, not knowing what to think. It had only been a few weeks since Sabbath died, and at that point, I wasn't sure if I was just feeling sensitive or if something else was going on. But I didn't believe in ghosts. I didn't believe in anything supernatural. I was a skeptic through and through. So, I told myself it was nothing. But then it happened again. The laser flickered on and off. This time, it lasted a little longer before stopping, and I swear, my heart skipped a beat. It was too much of a coincidence for me to ignore. Something about it felt wrong. My mind started racing, thinking about everything from faulty electronics to a weird freak accident. But as I stared at it, I couldn't shake the feeling that this wasn't normal. I remember getting up, walking over to it, and just staring at it for a moment. I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but I felt this strange pull, like I had to make sense of it. I don't know what compelled me to do it, but I asked out loud, almost without thinking, "Is that you, Sabbath?" The laser flickered once. My breath caught in my throat. I froze, staring at it, not sure if I should laugh at myself or be scared out of my mind. My brain told me to stop being ridiculous, but my gut told me something else. The laser flickered again, almost like it was responding. I had no rational explanation for it, but something about it felt too deliberate to ignore. Something inside me told me that this wasn't just some random malfunction. It was as if the laser was trying to communicate. I swallowed hard and asked the next question. "Are you trying to talk to me?" Another flicker. Once. It was so quick, so precise, that I almost convinced myself it was all in my head. But the longer I stared at it, the more I felt this knot in my stomach. I tried to think logically, but all the logic in the world couldn't explain what was happening. Then, without thinking too much about it, I asked, "Are you a ghost?" One more flicker. Just one. At that point, I was certain something was happening that I couldn't explain. I felt this flood of emotions hit me all at once. Grief, guilt, confusion. I had never been religious, and I didn't believe in ghosts or spirits, but there was no denying that something strange was happening in front of me. It wasn't just a broken toy. This was something else. I didn't know what to say next, but then another question came to my mind. I hesitated for a moment, but it came out anyway. "Are you mad at me?" Two quick flickers, back to back. I could feel the tears start to form in my eyes. There was no way the laser was doing this by accident. It was communicating with me. And somehow, I knew it was Sabbath, trying to reach me. Maybe he was trying to tell me that he wasn't upset with me for not being there at the end, for not saying goodbye. The flickering continued for what felt like half an hour, and in that time, I asked more questions, ones I can't even remember now. But each time, the answer came back clear. One blink or two. Yes or no. It felt like a conversation, in the strangest, most surreal way. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, the laser flickered one last time, and then stopped. I was still sitting there, staring at it, wondering if I had imagined the whole thing. But when I picked it up, I found that the batteries were dead, completely drained. I sat there for a while, trying to make sense of it, but there was nothing logical about it. I couldn't explain it away, no matter how hard I tried. I didn't want to believe it, but there was something so vivid about that moment, something so real, that I couldn't dismiss it. I wanted to chalk it up to coincidence, to faulty electronics, but deep down, I knew what had happened. It wasn't long after that I started to accept it. Sabbath was gone, but in some strange way, he had found a way to reach me. He wasn't mad at me, not for the things I did, not for the way I had left things. I had always felt guilty about not being there for him, not being able to say goodbye, but now, in a way, I felt like I had been given a second chance. He was telling me it was okay, that I hadn't failed him. He was telling me that he still cared. As I grew older, I never experienced anything like that again. It wasn't something I could explain scientifically, and it wasn't something I wanted to try to rationalize away. It was just a moment that I'll never forget. To this day, I can't say exactly what happened that day, but I will swear on it, in any court of law, that it was real. Sabbath came back, in his own way, to let me know that he was okay. And maybe, just maybe, he wanted to make sure I was too. It was the summer after high school, and a group of my friends and I decided to take a camping retreat to unwind. We were all excited to be away from the pressures of school and life, even if it was just for a weekend. We stayed at a small, rustic campground that consisted of a handful of cabins. The cabins were simple, nothing fancy, just metal bunk beds, wooden floors, and thin, creaky walls. In the center of it all was a large, open cabin that served as the kitchen and social area. It was a classic camp vibe, quiet and serene during the day. But once the sun set, the woods around us took on a completely different feeling. It was the first night, and we were all getting settled into our cabins, laughing, telling stories, and generally enjoying ourselves. But as night fell and the conversation quieted down, I started to feel the need for some alone time. The air had turned cool, and I was drawn to the woods that surrounded the camp. I wanted to take a walk and clear my mind. After all, it wasn't every day I got to spend time in the middle of nowhere, surrounded by nature. I quietly slipped out of the cabin without saying anything, trying not to wake anyone up. The campgrounds were still bustling with noise from inside the main cabin, but I didn't want to be a part of that. I wanted some space to myself, and the woods were the perfect place for it. I took one last glance back at the cabins, where the dim glow of lights filtered through the trees, and then I headed down the narrow dirt path into the dark. At first, the path was well lit by the faint glow from the campfire, but as I walked further into the woods, the light from the cabins faded quickly. The trees closed in around me, and the path narrowed. I could still hear the sounds of voices, but they were growing quieter, swallowed up by the dense woods. Soon, the only sound I could hear was my own footsteps crunching against the dirt. The night was calm, and the air smelled like fresh pine and earth. As I ventured deeper into the woods, I could feel the temperature drop, and the usual sounds of nature, chirping insects, distant owl calls, were now replaced by an eerie stillness. My eyes began to adjust to the darkness, the familiar shapes of trees and rocks taking on new, shadowy forms. I was used to walking in the woods at night, but there was something different about this place. It wasn't just the silence, it was the feeling that the woods were watching me somehow. I pushed the thought aside, shaking my head. I had always been a bit of an overthinker, and there was no reason for me to start imagining things. After what felt like a while, I realized I had walked far enough that I could no longer hear the sounds from the campground. It was just me and the woods now. I kept walking, following the path as it twisted and turned, not really sure where I was headed, but enjoying the solitude. I wasn't sure how long I had been walking, but it was dark, really dark now. The faint light from the cabins was long gone, and the only illumination came from the occasional sliver of moonlight that managed to break through the dense canopy of leaves above. The path had become harder to follow, but I kept going. I was enjoying the quiet, the stillness, the way everything felt distant from the world I was used to. I didn't care that I couldn't see much. I was used to hiking in the dark, after all. Then, out of nowhere, I stopped. I wasn't sure what made me pause, but something about the stillness of the woods shifted. It was as if the air itself had become heavier, denser, like the woods were holding their breath. My eyes darted around, trying to make out shapes in the dark. And that's when I saw it. Ahead of me, about 100 feet down the trail, there was something in the middle of the path. It wasn't moving, just standing there, perfectly still. My heart started to race, and I froze, not knowing whether to stay still or keep moving. It was hard to make out any details from where I was, but the shape was human-sized, maybe a little smaller. At first, I thought it was a person, someone who had wandered out here in the dark. But the longer I stared, the more uneasy I felt. There was something off about the figure, something that made my gut tighten with anxiety. I squinted, trying to see better, but the shape was still too far away to make out clearly. It looked like a person standing at the end of a small bridge that crossed over a tiny creek. I couldn't tell for sure, but something about the way it was standing made me feel uneasy. I didn't want to get closer. My instincts screamed at me to leave, to turn around and go back, but at the same time, my curiosity kept me rooted to the spot. I stayed still for a few moments, watching it. It wasn't moving. I couldn't hear any footsteps or rustling. It was almost like it wasn't real, like it was just a part of the night, a shape cast by my imagination. I knew I was probably overreacting, but that didn't stop my heart from thumping in my chest. It wasn't just the figure itself, it was the silence, the strange stillness of the woods around it. Everything felt wrong. Finally, I couldn't take it anymore. My mind made up for me. I turned around and started walking back the way I came, slowly at first, not wanting to draw attention to myself. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see the figure moving toward me, but there was nothing. The woods stayed quiet. I quickened my pace, feeling like I was being watched, and didn't stop until I was back at the campground. When I finally got back to the camp, I was out of breath. My friends were still hanging around the main cabin, laughing and chatting. I didn't want to act like I'd seen something scary, but the image of that figure stayed with me. I casually mentioned it to them, just a little offhand comment, not wanting to freak anyone out. Of course, my friends were immediately intrigued, and before I knew it, they all wanted to go check it out for themselves. At first, I tried to talk them out of it, but I couldn't get out of it. I had seen something strange, and now they all wanted to see it too. I felt a weird mix of relief and unease as we all grouped up and started to head back into the woods. There were 5 of us, 3 guys, 2 girls, all determined to solve the mystery of what I had seen. I led the way, my heart still pounding from the earlier encounter, and we retraced the path I had walked. The woods seemed different now, like they were closing in around us. The moonlight barely broke through the branches above, and the trees loomed like dark sentinels. The atmosphere felt thick, and every step we took seemed louder than it should have been. It was quiet, almost too quiet, except for the soft crunch of our footsteps on the dirt. As we neared the spot where I had seen the figure, I felt that familiar tension in my chest again. My stomach was in knots, but I kept walking, hoping my nerves weren't showing too much. We stopped when we reached the bridge, the spot where I had seen the shape. We all stood there, just listening, looking out into the dark woods, but there was nothing, no movement, no strange figure. Everything was still. We all stood there for a moment, unsure of what to do next. Then, someone whispered that we should keep going, that we should get closer. A few others agreed. My gut told me not to go any further, but I didn't want to look like a coward. So I stepped forward, leading them back toward the spot where the figure had been standing. As we got closer, I could see it again, but it wasn't a person at all. It was an upright vacuum, stuck right in the middle of the path. Some idiot had left it there, just standing in the dark. The shape had looked so strange, so out of place in the woods, that our minds had turned it into something sinister. It was a simple household object, but in the complete blackness of the woods, with only the moonlight to guide us, it had looked like something much more terrifying. We all stood there, staring at it, and then I heard someone let out a nervous laugh. We all chuckled awkwardly, the tension draining from our bodies as we realized how ridiculous we had all been. The fear that had gripped me earlier melted away, replaced with embarrassment. But even now, I can't shake the feeling that the woods had somehow played a part in it, shaping our imaginations and pushing us to see something that wasn't there. We turned around and walked back to the campground, all of us quiet as we made our way through the woods, the absurdity of the situation hanging heavy in the air. When we got back, no one spoke much about it again. The rest of the trip went by without incident, but that night stayed with me. That strange, unnerving feeling that had gripped me in the woods, the way my mind had filled in the blanks, made me realize how easily fear could distort reality. Sometimes, I wonder if the woods were more than just a backdrop to our fear, if they somehow made everything feel just a little more unsettling than it really was. I never figured out why the vacuum was out there, or if it had been placed there on purpose, but I still think about it. That night, in the dark, with our imaginations running wild, everything had felt so real, even when it wasn't. And that feeling has stuck with me. I should preface this story by saying that I run around creepy or abandoned places for fun with a few of my friends. Technically, I'm a paranormal investigator, but it's just a hobby and an excuse to get the gang together. We've been at it every weekend for about 3 years at this point. During that time, I've only seen 2 things that made me think maybe paranormal stuff isn't complete bullshit. Both happened at the same place. I'm only going to focus on the first one. This was about a year ago, maybe a year and a half now. We had a new guy with us, and an old friend who had started showing interest in the whole routine. He had a nice camera, real professional stuff, and he was snapping away like he was in a studio. By the time we were done, he'd taken maybe 500 pictures. Me, I was good with a handful, 10 or 12 at most. It was just a hobby for me, not a serious investigation. We weren't really trying to find anything supernatural. We were just out there because it was fun to get together in a creepy place and mess around. We pulled into the cemetery, which was on the outskirts of town. The kind of place no one really talked about, tucked away on an old, forgotten road. The place looked like it had been around for ages, neglected over the years. The stones were weathered and cracked, the iron gates rusted and barely hanging on their hinges. It wasn't a lively place, that's for sure, but it wasn't the kind of place you'd expect to find something paranormal either. It just had that uneasy feeling, like something wasn't quite right, but not enough to make you think you were about to find ghosts or whatever. There's a spot in the cemetery that's always made me feel uncomfortable. Not because it was a particularly spooky part or anything, but because of this weird, shifting feeling it gave off. It was off to one side of the cemetery, by this natural clearing surrounded by trees. It's not huge, but the way the hill drops off into it, it creates this kind of natural amphitheater, like the ground opens up and swallows everything up. The clearing is mostly dead brush, with the occasional decayed flower or wreath that had blown off graves. The place has always felt off, like if someone had kept tweaking small things around you, but you couldn't figure out what. It was like you'd walk in, and the air would feel a little heavier. The trees might look a little different. The wind would shift in a strange way. Little things. It was subtle, but after you've been in a place long enough, you start to notice it. That night, the air was cold. It wasn't freezing, but the temperature was that chill where you'd be fine as long as you kept moving. We were standing near the edge of this clearing, smoking and trying to figure out where our friend, the new guy, had wandered off to. We'd only been out there for maybe 20 minutes, just hanging around, checking things out. The cemetery wasn't massive, but the part we were in had a weird energy that you couldn't ignore. We hadn't really seen anything strange yet that night. The cemetery was quiet, almost too quiet. You know that feeling when everything around you seems still, but the stillness is unsettling, not peaceful? It was like that. Our friend with the fancy camera had wandered off into the main part of the cemetery, taking picture after picture, probably on his 100th frame by then. The 3 of us were still hanging out by the trees, watching the night, trying to pass the time. I'm not sure why I kept looking back at that clearing, but I couldn't stop. It was like something in the back of my mind kept telling me to pay attention. Then it happened. Out of nowhere, this glowing figure floated into view. It wasn't something I could explain away with logic. It was like nothing I'd ever seen. The figure was amber, glowing, and it looked like a person wrapped in a cloak, but the edges of it seemed to shimmer and shift. It appeared out of one of the trees, crossed the clearing, and vanished into the next one on the other side. I could barely breathe. I didn't have time to think. I didn't even process it right away. It was just there, moving slowly, silently, like it didn't care who saw it. It was so strange. It didn't look like a person, not really, but it wasn't like anything else either. It was just glowing. I had my camera with me, and I swear I was holding it in my hands at the time, but I didn't even think to take a picture. I just stood there, staring at it, feeling like I was caught in a dream. It didn't last long, though. Maybe 5 seconds, 10 at most. The whole time, I was frozen, my mind racing. My heart was pounding in my chest, but I couldn't make my legs move. Before I could even think about snapping a shot, it was gone. Just like that, it was gone. I turned to my friends to say something, but when I looked at them, I realized something odd. None of them had seen the same thing I had. My buddy, standing to my left, didn't see a glowing figure at all. Instead, he saw what he described as static-like lines hanging in the air, almost like a glitch in reality. It wasn't a figure to him, but a mess of angry, distorted lines. And the new guy, he didn't see anything at all. He was still wandering around in the cemetery, completely oblivious. We didn't know what to make of it. I don't think I really believed in ghosts before that night, not in any real way. Sure, I'd heard stories and seen creepy movies, but this was different. This wasn't some half-lit shadow or a trick of the light. This was something else entirely, and it made my stomach twist in a way I couldn't explain. After a while, we all gathered near the main part of the cemetery. Our friend with the camera came back, showing us a bunch of the pictures he'd taken. There was nothing out of the ordinary. The shots were clear, crisp, normal. No glowing figures, no weird distortions, nothing. We didn't tell him about what we saw. Honestly, I don't know if I was trying to convince myself that it didn't happen, or if I just didn't want to seem insane. That night, we left shortly after. The whole time on the drive home, I kept replaying the scene in my head. Was it just a trick of the light? Maybe it was some kind of pressure change that made my brain see something that wasn't there. I've read about stuff like that. Neurotransmitters firing off in weird ways, pressure shifts messing with your brain. Maybe that's all it was. But something inside me wouldn't let go of the feeling. It didn't feel like a trick. It felt real. In the weeks that followed, I tried to brush it off. I went back to the cemetery a few times, but I never saw anything like that again. We kept coming back every weekend, but nothing happened. I figured I'd seen what I saw, and that was that. But then, there was that feeling in the clearing again, the way it seemed like the place was never quite the same. Even when I went there with a different group, when no one was talking about it, I felt it. That strange, shifting sensation, like the place was slightly out of sync with the rest of the world. I'm not sure if I'll ever get answers. I don't really care about ghosts or spirits anymore. I just want to understand what I saw. I'm not trying to convince myself of something supernatural. But there's something in that cemetery, something about it, that's always left me wondering. And it's something I'll probably never shake, no matter how many times I try to explain it away. There's a part of me that wants to go back, to get more answers, to prove to myself that what I saw was either real or just a fluke of my mind. But then there's another part of me that's scared to go back, because I don't know what else might be there. Maybe I saw something I wasn't supposed to see. Or maybe, just maybe, I saw something that wasn't supposed to be seen at all. And I'm not sure I want to know what happens if I see it again. But yeah, that was the first thing that happened. And I still don't have a good explanation for it. Maybe that's the scariest part of it all. It was always the same during the graveyard shift. The park was mostly dead, silent except for the occasional wind rustling through the trees. But even in the dark quiet, I knew something was always off. I had this sense of unease that never really left me. The park was massive, flanked by two enormous creeks on either side, their waters rushing steadily beneath the bridges. It wasn't the kind of place you'd want to be alone at night. But here I was, doing my rounds in a security uniform, flashlight in hand, and my mind constantly on alert. The creeks were more than just a backdrop to the amusement park. They were home to the homeless. The camps, hidden deep within the thickets, lined the banks, and I had learned to stay away from them. The drug addicts, meth heads, and paint huffers, people so strung out that their minds were like shattered glass, had no place for rules or personal boundaries. They'd jump the fences into the park, looking for anything they could steal. Food, clothes, whatever. The park had shelters scattered around, places that could offer cover from the rain and food that stayed there year-round. So they'd come, usually high, and break into the gift shops, or sometimes just wander around looking for trouble. I hated the graveyard shift. I hated being alone here, especially with how often these addicts wandered through. At least once a week, I'd find one of them trying to break in, or wandering the park aimlessly, their eyes vacant, their movements jerky and unpredictable. I had been doing this job for over 2 years, and in that time, I'd gotten used to the fights. I'd have to defend myself more than once, mostly because I wasn't allowed to carry anything beyond my radio and handcuffs. No pepper spray, no tasers, just my bare hands. And when you're up against someone who's high on meth, or worse, huffing paint, the last thing you want is to go easy. But you couldn't always avoid it. Sometimes they'd gang up on me, coming at me from behind, or from two sides at once. They'd smell of sweat, chemicals, and something just wrong. It was like they weren't even human anymore, just these moving, incoherent shells of people. It was just past midnight when I first saw movement by the old carousel. The lights of the park were mostly off, save for a few security floodlights I left on in strategic areas, but they didn't cover everything. I stopped, squinting into the darkness. I was perched on one of the small bridges that crossed the creek, the water below making that low gurgling sound. The figure was stumbling, moving erratically, but there was something off about it. Not the typical aimless wandering. This guy seemed to be heading somewhere. I clicked my flashlight on, shining it toward him. His head snapped up, eyes wide and unblinking, his body stiff as if the light had startled him. But then he relaxed into a slow, deliberate walk. He didn't seem to care about being seen. My gut twisted. Not one of the regulars, I thought. I knew most of the faces by now. I made my way toward him, stepping quietly, trying to avoid the crunch of gravel underfoot. He didn't notice me until I was almost within arm's reach, at which point he lunged forward suddenly, without warning. I barely had time to react, but I managed to sidestep him, using his momentum to shove him into one of the nearby posts. He hit the metal with a sickening thud and stumbled back. "Hey!" I shouted, taking a step back, but he wasn't listening. He just came at me again, thrashing with his arms, his fists wild and uncontrolled. He was high, no doubt about it. His pupils were dilated, and his movements were spastic, like he wasn't even aware of what he was doing. I dodged another swing, grabbed his wrist, and twisted it behind his back. The crack of his shoulder popping out of place made me wince, but I didn't have time to feel bad for him. I slammed him against the metal post again, and this time he went down. He wasn't knocked out, but he was groaning, crawling away from me, barely able to keep his balance. "Stay down," I ordered, but it was no use. The guy wasn't listening. He tried to get back to his feet, but I moved quickly, snapping the cuffs around his wrists. The metal clicked shut, and for a brief second, I thought he might give up. But then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw another figure, then another, approaching from the dark. Two more of them. I didn't have a choice. I spun around, ready to take on both of them. They were just as messed up as the first one, eyes wide, hands twitching as they approached. One of them was taller, lankier, while the other was shorter but broader. I didn't hesitate. The taller one lunged first, but I was ready this time. I sidestepped, grabbed his shoulder, and threw him to the ground. He hit the pavement with a sickening slap, his body twisting awkwardly. The shorter one wasn't as quick, but his strength was something else. He swung his fist hard, and I didn't dodge in time. It hit me in the jaw, sharp and painful. My vision blurred for a second, and I stumbled back. The taller guy had gotten back to his feet by then, and I had two of them on me. I had to fight dirty. I kicked out with my foot, catching the shorter one in the knee. He buckled, and I took that opportunity to land a punch to his face. He fell back, knocking into the carousel stand. I couldn't let them get up. They'd be back on me in an instant. I grabbed the taller guy by the hair and slammed his head into the post, hard. The sound of skull meeting metal echoed through the empty park. He crumpled, unconscious. The other one was still trying to get up, so I rushed over and put him down for good, slamming my fist into his ribs, hearing the crack as his body folded. He wheezed but didn't get back up. Out of breath and adrenaline coursing through me, I took a moment to look around. The park was still silent, except for the soft rustling of the trees and the distant sound of the creek. I made my way back to the first guy, still struggling on the ground. He was trying to crawl, but his hands were cuffed behind his back. I dragged them all over to the security office. They were out cold now, but it didn't matter. I had to get them in, get them off the property, and pray that they wouldn't be back in the morning. As I made my way to the security office, I kept my head down. I wasn't scared, not anymore. But I knew how easy it was for things to get out of hand. A fight here, a scuffle there. And with the park so empty, so quiet, it always felt like the danger could come from anywhere. I radioed in, told the dispatcher I had 3 in custody, and they sent a team to pick them up. I sat in the security office, rubbing my jaw, still sore from the punch. My hands were shaking, but I managed to calm myself down. By the time the sun was starting to rise, the park was starting to wake up again. The sky lightened, and the first group of early risers came in, their kids in tow, ready for a day at the park. The addicts were gone, carted off by the police. They'd probably be back next week, or the week after. It was an endless cycle, one I couldn't break. The park would always be there, a safe haven for them, a place they'd come to when they had nowhere else to go. I just had to keep doing my job. A few summers ago, a group of my buddies and I decided to go catfishing at a spot we frequented at a local reservoir. It was just a typical weekend outing for us, nothing special. We had been going out to that place for years and had it down to a science. It was a quiet, remote location, tucked away off a dirt road about 2 miles outside the small village that fed the reservoir. The village, maybe 1,500 people, was a quiet little place, small enough where everyone knew everyone. But out here at the reservoir, it was a different world. It felt like we had it all to ourselves. That night, around 9 p.m., the sun was setting and the warm summer air was giving way to the cooler evening breeze. We had a couple of cases of beer, our fishing gear, and plans to stay out until sunrise. The usual deal, good fishing, good beer, and no one bothering us. We didn't want any trouble, and we weren't exactly supposed to have alcohol out there, so we decided to drive as far as we could from the main access road. We took a dirt service road that wound around the reservoir, through dense brush and trees, as far as it would go. The road was old, with deep ruts, tree roots, and sections that had washed away during floods in past years. It wasn't the easiest drive, but we all had lifted 4x4 trucks, so we made it work. Eventually, we found our spot, this small piece of land that stretched out into the water in a teardrop shape, about 20 feet out from the shore. The water surrounded us on all sides except for the back, which gave us a good setup for fishing. The fire pit remnants were still there, and there was some firewood already collected. Perfect. We set up, cracked open beers, and started getting our poles ready. We fished for a couple of hours. The sun had long set, and darkness was creeping in. The only light came from the flickering fire and our flashlights. The night air was cool, and the sound of insects and the occasional splash in the water was the only noise around. As the night grew later, a thick, dense fog began to roll across the surface of the reservoir. It was strange. The fog moved in fast, almost like it had a mind of its own. It was so thick that it swallowed up the other side of the reservoir. We could barely make out the outlines of the trees across the water. It was then that we heard it. A loud KRSBLOSH echoed across the water. At first, we thought it was nothing. Maybe a tree limb falling, or a beaver jumping into the water. We didn't think much of it, but the ripples in the water started moving toward us. The fog made it hard to see anything beyond a few yards, but we could tell that something large had made the noise. We shrugged it off. Probably just something falling in, or a big fish jumping. 20 minutes later, the same sound, but louder this time. Another huge KRSBLOSH, followed by ripples. This time, we all turned to look across the water. It wasn't a frog or a fish. This was too heavy, too deliberate. The noise had the weight of something substantial, like the sound of a cannonball hitting water. Still, we didn't want to get worked up over nothing, so we continued fishing. But the fog and the sounds had a strange effect on us. It was like the night was closing in, and our senses were starting to sharpen, just a little too much. We drank more beer, trying to shake off the unease that was starting to creep in. But then, the fire started to die down, and we realized we had no more wood. 2 of my buddies and I decided to head out into the woods to find some more sticks. We left one of our friends behind to watch the poles, and the other 2 of us grabbed our flashlights and headed into the brush. The fog was thick now, and we could barely see more than a few feet ahead. It was like walking through a cloud. The further we walked, the quieter it became. The air felt heavier, and the sounds of the night, the chirping insects, the rustling leaves, faded out. It felt wrong. But we kept going, searching for branches, and we didn't say much, trying to focus on finding something to burn. We split up, each of us going in different directions to cover more ground. I didn't get far before I came across something strange. Lying just a few feet off the trail was a white jacket, a pair of rubber boots, and a clown mask. I remember picking up the mask, holding it for a second, and laughing. We had all heard the stupid stories about the creepy clowns that had been popping up all over social media and the news, people dressing up and scaring people in the woods or on trails. I figured it was just some kids who had been out here and left their junk behind. No big deal. We laughed it off, grabbed the stuff, and headed back to the fire. When we returned, we threw the wood we'd found on the fire, and everything seemed to settle down for a while. We fished some more, the fog continuing to thicken around us. But as the night wore on, something changed. We heard it again, twigs breaking, loud, in the woods across the water. It was followed by another huge KRSBLOSH. By now, we were all pretty unnerved. It was clear that something, or someone was out there. There was no mistaking the sound. We called out across the water, trying to get a response. Hey, if you're out there, we're just fishing. We're not here to cause trouble. Come hang out. We called out again, and then again, but nothing came back except the sound of the fog pressing in and the ripples from the water. My buddies were starting to get spooked. I could see it in their eyes. This wasn't just fog and drunken confusion anymore. They were looking over their shoulders, their gazes darting into the shadows across the water. We kept hearing things, more twigs breaking, a rustling sound, something moving, but nothing visible. The air was thick with tension. That's when the drunk courage kicked in. You know the kind, right? The kind of courage you only get after a few too many beers. I said, screw it. We're gonna go see what the hell this is. Someone's messing with us. My buddies hesitated, but I convinced two of them to follow me. The other two stayed behind to watch the poles. We grabbed our flashlights and trekked into the woods, moving cautiously. The fog was so dense we could barely see where we were going. As we made our way along the edge of the reservoir, I noticed things that were off. Bits of trash scattered across the ground. Saplings that had been cut down. More trash. And then the footprints. Barefoot prints. A lot of them. Fresh. Odd, considering we were miles from any main road. And the only people who ever came out here were us and the occasional fishermen. Whoever was out here didn't have shoes on. And there was no way they could have gotten here easily. This wasn't a place where people just stumbled upon. It was way too far out of the way, too hard to reach. My heart started racing, and I waved my flashlight around, trying to stay calm. That's when I saw it, a tent. It wasn't far from the trail we were following, and it wasn't a normal camping tent. It looked old, covered in moss, and was surrounded by piles of trash. The smell hit us next, decaying food, stale cigarettes, and something else I couldn't quite put my finger on. But the worst part, the propane tanks. There had to be 15 or 20 of them, 5-gallon tanks, just sitting there in a pile, half hidden by the overgrowth. I don't know why, but the sight of those tanks made everything click in my head. The silence, the strange sounds, the weird mask, it all made sense now. This wasn't just some idiot messing with us. We had stumbled upon something dangerous. I didn't want to stick around to find out what was going on. I grabbed my buddies, and we didn't say another word. We turned and walked as fast as we could back to the fire. We packed up our gear quickly. No more fishing, no more beers, just get out. We threw everything into the back of the trucks and sped off. The fog made it hard to see, but we managed to make it back to the service road and headed toward the main dirt road. That's when we passed the Toyota Camry. 5 guys in it, all looking at us in the rear view as we drove past. I watched in the mirror as they pulled onto the service road we had just left. I couldn't see their faces, but I knew. They were going to check out the spot we had just left. That's when it hit me. We had walked right into the middle of a meth lab. Those propane tanks, they were for cooking. The creepy noises, the people throwing things in the water to scare us. It was all to keep us away from their operation. I'm not sure when exactly they realized we were onto them, but I'm glad we left when we did. I have no idea what would have happened if we had stayed longer. Maybe they would have tried to scare us off again. Maybe worse. We got out of there just in time. I'm still not sure if those guys in the Camry were waiting for us to leave so they could confront us, or if they just wanted to make sure we were gone. Either way, it's a night I'll never forget. And I never went back to that reservoir again. I remember the first time my buddy told me about his camping trip in northern Ontario. I had known him for years, and we'd done plenty of camping trips ourselves, so when he mentioned this particular trip, I was genuinely interested. He was usually a practical guy, the type who didn't easily get spooked or drawn into stories of strange happenings. So, when he started telling me what went down on that trip, I had to take it seriously. It all started about a decade ago. It was him and one other guy, just 2 friends heading out to camp for a long weekend. They didn't have a big group with them. They liked it that way. The area was remote, up north near Lake Superior, with dense forests and untouched wilderness surrounding them. They had been there before, so they knew the lay of the land, the kind of spot that most people would pass by without a second glance. a peaceful place, or so they thought. They arrived in the afternoon, set up camp beside a small creek, and immediately set to work. They didn't have much gear, just enough to stay comfortable for a couple of days. They caught a bunch of fish, and after cleaning them, they fried some up for dinner. A simple meal, but good. After eating, they hung the rest of the fish up in the trees, like they always did, to keep them safe from animals during the night. As the evening drew in, the sun sank behind the trees, and the air turned cooler. The fire crackled in front of them, casting flickering shadows on the surrounding woods. They were both relaxed, letting the day's work slip away, enjoying the quiet peace of being out there. The only sounds were the crackling of the fire and the occasional hoot of an owl in the distance. But then, something else caught their attention. At first, it was nothing more than the usual sounds you'd hear in the bush, twigs snapping, leaves rustling. They both looked around, half expecting to see a raccoon or squirrel moving about. It wasn't unusual to hear that kind of noise at night, especially in a place like this where wildlife roamed freely. But then, the sounds changed. There was something else, something that didn't fit. At first, it was a low, strange kind of laughing. It wasn't a regular animal noise, not even close. It sounded almost like a person, but it wasn't a human laugh. It had an odd, eerie quality to it, like it was being distorted in some way. And then it happened again, more laughter, louder this time, coming from the dense forest surrounding their camp. My buddy said it sounded like it was coming from multiple directions at once. The laughter was weird, unnatural. They both froze. They glanced at each other, unsure of what they were hearing. Neither of them said anything right away, but they were both thinking the same thing. Something was off. The fire crackled louder, and the night air grew thick with tension. That's when my buddy noticed something on the edge of his vision, something moving between the trees. It wasn't just the shifting shadows from the fire. This was something else. He turned his head slightly, trying not to make it obvious, and saw what he could only describe as a little Spider-Man. He didn't know how else to explain it. The thing was small, almost child-sized, but it wasn't a child. It was hunched over, with long arms and legs, moving quickly, almost crawling between the trees in a way that seemed too fast to be natural. It wasn't a person, at least not like any person they'd ever seen. He couldn't fully make it out, just the outline of a figure, distorted by the firelight and the shadows of the trees. But it was enough to make his heart start racing. He wasn't sure if his mind was playing tricks on him, but the sense that something wasn't right was undeniable. His camping partner saw it too. They locked eyes for a second, both of them too stunned to speak. They didn't know what they had just seen, but it was clear they weren't imagining things. The air seemed to grow colder, the sounds of the forest feeling more distant, muffled as though the world had just shifted. They both stood up, instinctively moving away from the fire, just a few meters from camp. They didn't know why they did it, whether it was the strange figure or the unsettling sounds, but they felt the need to get some distance. Maybe it was just to collect their thoughts, to make sense of what was going on. But when they turned back to camp, that's when things really started to get weird. The fish they had hung in the trees were gone. All of them. In just a few minutes, while they had been standing by the fire, everything was gone. The fish, the ones they had carefully hung up high to avoid animals like raccoons or bears, were nowhere to be seen. It wasn't just a few pieces. Every single fish was gone. Their first thought was that it must have been some animal, maybe a bear or a big raccoon, but something didn't sit right. Bears didn't usually move that fast, and raccoons wouldn't take the fish all at once. Not like that. They checked the area around their camp for tracks, but found nothing. No signs of a bear or any other animal, just the usual marks from the forest floor. The only thing they couldn't shake was the strange feeling in the air, that sense that something was watching them, waiting. At this point, they were spooked. They didn't know what they had seen or what had taken their fish, but they knew it wasn't just a normal animal. Whatever it wasn't like anything they had encountered before. But being practical men, they didn't jump to any wild conclusions. They figured it could be some sort of trick of the eyes. Maybe it was raccoons, or maybe some other animal had come in and taken the fish. They told themselves that, even though they knew deep down it wasn't that simple. They stayed the night, though neither of them got much sleep. The weird laughter continued off and on, always coming from deeper in the woods, but they never saw anything again. By morning, the sounds had stopped, and they packed up and left without saying much about what happened. A few years later, I was doing research for my dissertation in the Ontario archives when I stumbled across an interview with an explorer named Ernest Oberholzer. He had spent a lot of time traveling around the Lake Superior region, mapping the land and recording the stories of the indigenous peoples he met along the way. One of the stories caught my attention, about a guide he had worked with named Otuk Kamuin Tedapaswerbatin, or Billy McGee, who had spoken of strange little people living in the wilderness north of Lake Superior. These little people were called Michifiso, or Mamagracie, by the Anishinabeg people, and they were known for playing tricks on people, making strange sounds, and causing mischief. I froze as I read the words. The description of the little people, dwarves, hunched figures who would laugh and play tricks on people, sounded eerily familiar to what my buddy had told me about his camping trip. Same area, similar description. I couldn't help but think of his story about the little Spider-Man and the strange laughing noises they had heard. Could it be that what he had experienced wasn't just a product of an overactive imagination? What if there was something to the stories of the Anishinaabe? I messaged my buddy right away. He was still the same practical guy, the one who didn't get spooked easily. I wasn't expecting him to buy into anything supernatural, but I wanted to share what I had found. I figured it was just a fun coincidence, but deep down, I felt a little chill run up my spine. The more I read about the Anishinaabe and their stories, the more I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something real behind it. Maybe my buddy had encountered something that no one could explain, something older than any of us could understand. He didn't respond for a while, but when he did, he simply said, "That's messed up." I never went back to that part of the woods, and neither did he. We still laugh about it now, but there's always that edge to it, that nagging feeling that maybe, just maybe, there's something in the woods that we don't fully understand. Something that has been there long before we were, playing its tricks and hiding in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to make itself known again. It was the summer of 2007, around June or July, and I was 17, a cocky but still somewhat knowledgeable outdoorsman. My family had a cabin up in northwest Wisconsin, tucked into the woods, a place that had been my second home for years. Growing up, I had spent countless hours hunting, camping, and hiking in those woods. I knew every trail, every clearing, every twist and turn of the landscape. It was a place that felt familiar, safe even, as long as you stuck to the rules. Stay near the cabin at night, don't stray too far from the bonfire, and always keep an eye out for the wildlife, bears, wolves, cougars. In the daytime, the forest was alive with the usual sounds of birds and squirrels. But come nightfall, it was a different story. There was something unsettling about the way the trees seemed to close in around the cabin, and the sense that something or someone was always watching from just beyond the edge of the tree line. On that particular day, I was with my cousin, who was a year younger than me and not quite as seasoned in the woods as I was. He was eager to show off his new airsoft gun, so we decided to have a little battle in the woods. I slipped into my full woodland camo, knowing it would give me a tactical advantage. My cousin, however, wasn't as prepared. He wasn't wearing anything that blended into the surroundings, but that didn't stop him from charging into the woods like it was a real battle. We made our way up the ATV trail, which wound its way through the thick forest. The trail was a little overgrown, but still clearly visible, a strip of dirt and grass cutting through the wilderness. We didn't get too far, maybe 200 meters or so, before we started to tire and decided to take a break at the edge of a clearing. We stood there, catching our breath, talking about how the battle was going, me teasing him about his lack of stealth, when something strange happened. I had always been the kind of person who trusted my instincts in the wild, and something about the silence around us felt off. I froze mid-sentence and whispered to my cousin, "We're being watched." He stopped talking, his body tensing as he scanned the tree line. The air felt thicker, and the usual sounds of birds and rustling leaves had disappeared. That was when I realized the woods were dead silent, and that unnerving feeling crept over me like a cold wave. My eyes darted to the edge of the clearing, searching the shadows. I felt my pulse quicken. Something wasn't right. At first, I didn't see anything, but then I did. It was hard to describe. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light, a shadow between the trees. But as I focused, I saw it clearly. The thing was crouched low to the ground, hiding in the shadows of a thick tree, its body unnaturally still, but its eyes locked onto my cousin unblinking. It wasn't a bear. It wasn't a wolf. It was something else entirely. My heart slammed in my chest. I could see its teeth, huge, sharp teeth, glistening white in the dim light. It was panting, its breath shallow and quick, its body covered in reddish-brown fur that blended with the earth. Its head was large, like a wolf's, but its shape was all wrong. Its posture was all wrong. It was crouched, yes, but it was standing on two legs, hunched over, with long, clawed arms gripping the tree like it was using it for support. The thing was nearly as tall as I was when it was crouched, but I had the sinking feeling that it could stand upright at any moment and tower over me. It didn't look like a wolf walking on two legs like I had heard about in stories. It looked natural, like it was built to move that way. I whispered to my cousin, my voice trembling, "We need to go. Now." My cousin didn't need any further urging. His eyes locked onto the creature, and the next thing I knew, he was sprinting, bolting through the woods. I turned to follow him, but I couldn't help but glance back at the creature. That was when it moved. Slowly at first, like it was testing the ground, and then, without warning, it stood upright. It was huge, easily 7 feet tall, with broad shoulders and thick limbs. Its body was more muscular than any wolf I had ever seen. It wasn't just big, it was unnatural, like something that shouldn't exist in this world. It let out a low growl, a sound that made my blood run cold. I knew it was coming for us. I ran as fast as I could, my heart pounding in my chest. The sound of twigs snapping underfoot was drowned out by the thundering of my own footsteps and the loud crashing noise of the creature behind us. I could hear it moving through the brush, its speed terrifying, even more so because it was running on two legs. Wolves don't run on two legs, not like this. It wasn't just charging, it was hunting us. I could hear the heavy panting getting louder, closer, like it was right on our heels. We tore through the woods, adrenaline pumping, but it felt like we weren't getting far enough. The sound of it charging behind us echoed through the trees, each footstep getting closer and closer. I could almost feel the ground shake with every heavy thud of its feet. We made it to the tree line, bursting out of the thick underbrush and into the open field near the cabin. The moment we crossed into the open, the sound stopped. The creature halted, just at the edge of the woods, where the trees began to thin out. It stayed there, watching us with those unblinking eyes. For a long moment, I thought it would charge again, but it didn't. It just stood there, watching, its heavy breath visible in the cool air. And then it turned and vanished back into the woods, disappearing as quickly as it had appeared. I don't know why it stopped. Maybe it realized we weren't worth the chase, or maybe something about the open space deterred it. But we didn't wait around to find out. My cousin and I ran all the way back to the cabin, not stopping until we were safely inside, the door locked behind us. Neither of us said a word at first, both of us too stunned by what had just happened. That night, neither of us slept much. We stayed up, talking in low voices, trying to make sense of it. My cousin, still shaking, asked me what it was. I didn't have an answer, but we both knew what we had seen wasn't natural. It wasn't a bear or a wolf. It was something else, something far worse. I'd heard stories about creatures like it, creatures people called dogmen or cryptids, but I had always dismissed them as folklore. After that day, I wasn't so sure anymore. The next morning, I went back to the spot where it had all happened, but there was nothing left. No signs, no tracks, nothing to explain what had transpired. It was like the forest had swallowed it whole. I didn't tell anyone else about it. Who would believe me? Who would believe that we had been chased by something that didn't belong? The woods still felt the same after that day, silent and watching. But I was different. Every time I walked into those woods from then on, I felt that familiar unease at the edge of the tree-line, as if something was waiting, just out of sight. I can't explain what happened that day, and I don't think I ever will. What I do know is that I've never looked at the woods the same way since. Whatever it was that chased us, it wasn't something that belonged in this world, and I'm not sure what it was or where it came from. But I know this. It wasn't just a bear, it wasn't a wolf, and it sure as hell wasn't anything I want to meet again. And I don't think I'll ever forget the sound of its claws scraping against the tree as it watched us, or the feeling of its eyes on the back of my neck as I ran for my life. I don't know what it was, but I know it wasn't human, and it wasn't a normal animal. It was something else. Something that still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. Something I don't ever want to encounter again. It was one of those trips I'd been looking forward to for weeks. My wife and I decided to take a little getaway with the dogs up to North Georgia, a place we'd visited before, but this time it felt different. The plan was simple, camping, just the four of us. The dogs, our trusty basset hound, and the Heinz 57 pup we'd rescued a couple of years ago loved it up here. It was quiet, remote, and the only thing you could hear was the sound of nature. We packed the truck up the night before, ready to go. After a full day of driving, I could feel the exhaustion settling into my bones. It wasn't a long drive, but we'd taken our time, stopping at a few scenic spots along the way, stretching our legs, grabbing a bite to eat at a local diner, and enjoying the drive itself. By the time we reached the campsite, the sun was low, casting a beautiful orange glow over the treetops. Setting up the tent didn't take long, as we'd done it so many times before. The dogs were already sniffing around, trying to figure out what new smells the woods had for them. My wife was getting the sleeping bags ready inside the tent while I made a small fire. There was something calming about being out here, far from the noise of the city. Once the fire was crackling, we cracked open a couple of beers and just sat there for a while, listening to the sounds of the forest settling in around us. We didn't do anything too fancy for dinner, just some sausages and hot dogs roasted over the fire. We ate, talked, laughed, and shared stories like we always did when we came out here. The dogs, as usual, were content to lounge near the fire, occasionally getting up to investigate something in the woods. There's something about that kind of quiet evening that makes you forget about the rest of the world. You get so absorbed in the moment that time slips away unnoticed. Eventually, the fire died down, and we turned in for the night. The tent was snug. My wife and I got into our sleeping bags, and the dogs curled up at our feet, always close by. The air outside had a crispness to it, a reminder that even in late spring, the mountain nights could get cold. The rustling of the trees in the wind, the occasional hoot of an owl, and the distant sound of a creek kept the place alive. It wasn't scary, it was just the way things are out here. At some point during the night, I woke up. I wasn't sure why at first, but it was that feeling you get when something's not quite right, like when you wake up and you know someone's looking at you, even though you can't see them. I lay still for a moment, listening. I could hear the dogs breathing softly at my feet. The Bassett's snores were rhythmic, almost comforting. My wife was asleep beside me, her steady breathing the only other sound. But there was something else, a low pressure against the side of the tent, right next to my head. It was strange. We weren't near any animals that would have been curious about us. This was a well-used campsite, a place I'd visited many times before. No bears or wild boars lived here, at least not close enough to be a real threat. So I lay there, trying to figure out what was going on. Maybe it was a raccoon or some other small animal rooting around near the tent. That wouldn't have been anything to worry about. But then it got closer. The pressure against the tent increased. It felt like something was pressing against the side, something bigger than a raccoon. The fabric of the tent sagged inwards, and I felt it. Something was pushing on it, moving along the edge, right next to my head. I froze. My heart started to race. The dogs didn't even stir. The Bassett should have been barking by now. That's what he did. He'd bark at a rabbit in the yard, a squirrel in the trees, or a leaf blowing across the ground. And the Heinz 57 pup? She was curious about everything, always ready to explore. Neither of them had made a sound. That was odd. I stayed completely still, my hand resting on the side of the sleeping bag. The pressure kept building. I could feel something against the tent, pushing, moving. Then I saw it. The tent wall, just inches away from my face, pressed in, and I saw a hand, large, thick fingers, pressing against the fabric. It didn't belong to an animal, not any animal I knew. This hand wasn't clawed, it looked human. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. My breath caught in my throat as I realized just how close whatever it was had gotten. It wasn't just a hand. I could see it pressing harder now, more forcefully. Whoever, or whatever, was on the other side of that tent wasn't trying to be quiet. The hand moved slightly, and for a brief moment, I thought it might push the fabric all the way through, right down on top of my head. I had a Glock 19 tucked under the side of the sleeping bag, but I didn't want to reach for it. I didn't want to make any noise, didn't want to alert whatever this thing was to the fact that I was awake. I didn't know if it was a person trying to get into the tent or something more dangerous. A bear, maybe? But this didn't feel like a bear. There was a deliberate quality to it, like it was trying to do something. Figure out if we were asleep, maybe? Or waiting for the right moment to do something else. I pressed back on the side of the tent, just enough to let whatever was on the other side know that I knew it was there. As soon as I did, the hand disappeared. It didn't pull away gently, like a person might. It was almost like it just left, vanishing into the darkness outside. I lay there for what felt like forever, my heart hammering in my chest. I wanted to get up, to investigate, to make sure we were safe. But I couldn't move. My brain was screaming at me to stay still. I kept thinking about the hand, how it didn't feel right. No bear had ever done something like that. No wild animal would push on the tent like that, with such purpose. When the sun finally began to creep over the trees, I felt a rush of relief. The darkness was over. I crawled out of the sleeping bag and slowly unzipped the tent, careful not to wake my wife. She was still asleep, the dogs curled up beside her. Outside, the camp was eerily still. The fire pit was cold, the remnants of last night's embers, just a few blackened sticks. The campsite looked the same as it always did. I walked around the tent, scanning the area. There was no sign of anything out of the ordinary, no tracks, no broken branches, no evidence that anything had been near us. It was like the night had never happened. I spent the next few hours packing up, still feeling a little uneasy. I didn't want to tell my wife about what happened. She didn't need to worry about it. But I also couldn't shake the feeling that something had been out there, something that didn't belong. Maybe it was just some weird freak thing. I didn't know. When we got back to the car, I felt the weight of the moment hit me again. I didn't know what it was that had pressed against the side of the tent, but I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone. The dogs hadn't reacted, which didn't make sense. They were usually the first to alert us to any change in the environment, but that night, they'd slept through it all. We drove back home in silence. I didn't tell her about what had happened until a few days later. By then, the panic had faded, replaced by a strange unease. Maybe it was nothing. Maybe it was just my imagination playing tricks on me. But I couldn't forget the hand, the pressure against the tent, the silence of the dogs, the feeling of being watched. I've camped a lot in those hills since then, but I've never had an experience like that again. Maybe it was a person, maybe a bear. Whatever it was gone as soon as the sun came up. But the memory still lingers. It reminds me that sometimes, in the wilderness, you can't always see what's out there. I was about 16 at the time, old enough to know better, but still young enough for my imagination to get the better of me, especially when I was tired and scared. I'd been going on family camping trips for as long as I could remember. This was one of those yearly traditions. Each time, we'd pack up the car, drive for hours, and then pitch our tents in some far-off spot in the woods. We'd always find a place far from other campers, trying to make the experience feel like we were alone in the world, surrounded by nothing but trees and wilderness. This particular trip was different, though. It had been raining heavily all day, the kind of rain that's relentless and soaking, where everything feels damp and heavy. It had settled into a sort of constant, low drumming on the tent above us, which normally would have been comforting. But something felt off that night. I was lying in my sleeping bag, my mind running as it always did when I was alone in the woods. I kept hearing strange noises, muffled and distant, but it was more than just the usual creaks and groans of the trees or the random sounds of small animals. No, this noise was different. At first, I thought it might have been the wind, or maybe an animal, but it sounded like a group of something. Something large, moving together. The noise would come in waves, like it was spreading out across the woods in a slow, shuffling kind of way. It sounded almost like moaning, but it was loud, way too loud to be the wind or an animal. I remember staring into the dark, trying to make sense of it. It didn't help that it was raining, and the sound of it made everything feel more intense, like I was trapped in some kind of heavy, oppressive atmosphere. Every time the noise came, it sent a chill down my spine. It wasn't like an animal's cry or anything familiar. This felt more sinister. I don't know how else to explain it. But the more I heard it, the more my mind ran wild. My thoughts went straight to the worst-case scenario. Zombies. I had watched one too many horror movies. That was the only explanation that seemed to fit. The moaning was too strange, too unnatural. It was like a mass of people, or maybe something worse, moving slowly in the night. My heart raced. I kept imagining the figures emerging from the rain, their twisted forms limping through the dark, drawn to our camp, unaware of the heavy pounding in my chest. I tried to shake it off, but the noise came again, louder this time, closer to the tent. I could hear it cutting through the rain. It sounded like it was right outside, just beyond the edge of our little camp. It wasn't just one voice anymore. It was a chorus of low, groaning sounds that made my skin crawl. My breath caught in my throat. I couldn't take it anymore. I shook my mom awake, her figure barely visible in the dark of the tent. I didn't want to sound crazy, but I had to know if she had heard it too. "Mom," I whispered urgently. "Mom, did you hear that?" She mumbled, half asleep, clearly not getting what I was trying to say. "What? What do you mean?" she asked groggily, rolling over to face me. "There's something out there," I said, my voice rising just a bit. "I keep hearing this moaning. It sounds like a lot of people, or something." She groaned and rolled over, muttering about how I should stop being so dramatic and go back to sleep. "It's probably just the rain, honey. Go back to bed." But I couldn't. I kept listening, my heart pounding faster. The moaning noise came again, louder this time, and I could have sworn it was closer. I could hear the unmistakable shuffle of something heavy moving through the brush. It sounded like a whole group of them, not just one. It was so unsettling that I couldn't help but think the worst. Zombies, some kind of horrible, monstrous thing that only came out in the rain. I shook her again, more forcefully this time. "Mom, please, you have to hear this. It's so loud. It's not normal." She sat up, clearly irritated now, but I could see the concern in her eyes. Okay, she said, wiping sleep from her eyes. "I'm listening." For a moment, we just lay there in silence, listening to the rain pattering on the tent. And then it came again, that same low, eerie moan. This time, it sounded closer than ever, echoing through the woods in a steady, rhythmic pattern. She sighed, clearly annoyed. "Damn it, I swear, it's just cows. They're mooing to stay together. Go back to sleep already." "Cows." I blinked, processing her words slowly. "Cows. I had never thought of that. I mean, yeah, there were cows on the property where we camped, but I never thought about them wandering out here, especially not in the middle of the night. But the noise, it was so strange. It didn't sound like cows, at least not to me. Still, the possibility made sense. We were camping on land that bordered some farmland, so it wasn't completely out of the realm of possibility that the sound was coming from the cows. I felt stupid for not thinking of that earlier, but my mind had jumped to the worst conclusion: zombies. I still couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, but I didn't want to admit that I had let my imagination run wild. But just like that, the moaning stopped. There was nothing but the steady hum of rain hitting the tent. I waited a few more moments, straining to hear any more sounds. But nothing came. I almost felt like I had imagined it all, or that it had been some bizarre trick of the wind. I couldn't believe how foolish I had been, worrying about zombies in the middle of nowhere. I felt a flush of embarrassment creep over me. Okay, I said, pulling my sleeping bag up around me. "I'll go back to sleep." I heard my mom muttering something under her breath, probably about how ridiculous I was being, but she didn't seem worried anymore. She lay back down, and after a few minutes, I heard her breathing slow and even out as she drifted back to sleep. But I couldn't. I lay there in the dark, listening. The silence was almost too perfect, and the stillness of the forest pressed in on me. Despite the rain outside, despite the fact that everything had gone quiet, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was out there. It wasn't until the next morning, when the sky had cleared and the world outside the tent was bright and wet with the aftermath of the storm, that I realized just how wrong I had been. I had spent the whole night terrified of something that was completely normal. Cows. Just cows. I should have recognized the sound. They were low, grunting animals that often mooed when they were trying to stick together or looking for each other. It made sense now. I went outside, still a little embarrassed by my fear, and sure enough, I saw them, cows, just beyond the trees, grazing in the morning fog. Their long bodies and heavy movements made them look far bigger than I'd remembered, and the sound of their moaning seemed oddly fitting now. They weren't moaning in the way I had imagined at all, but it was a sound I could now identify with no problem. I had been so certain that something unnatural was out there, but in reality, it was just the familiar sound of livestock, carrying on with their usual routines. I laughed at myself for even thinking it might have been zombies. What a ridiculous thought. But in that moment, as I looked out over the fog-covered field and heard the low moaning of the cows in the distance, I couldn't help but feel a sense of relief mixed with a lingering feeling of unease. I guess it wasn't so much the noise itself that had scared me, but the fear of the unknown. Sometimes, it's easy to let your imagination take over, especially when you're in the dark and alone, surrounded by the quiet of nature. And that night, when the moaning echoed through the woods, I let it get the best of me. Still, I learned something that night. The world doesn't always match the fear inside your head. Sometimes, the monsters you imagine are just cows in the distance. And sometimes, even the scariest noises can be explained by something completely ordinary. It was a lesson I would never forget, even if I still occasionally heard the faintest moan in the woods. After all, every now and then, a cow might just surprise you.